Welcome, everyone, to Rebirth, a D&D Tale. Last we left off, the Lucky Sevens were still making their way through the nest of the Illithids, the aberrant creatures that have been plaguing the drow for decades, centuries even. Who knows? But this particular nest was far too close to their city for comfort, and so the Lucky Sevens have been tasked with removing the threat. Little did they know that upon entering and exploring this particular nest, that they would find other beings, other humanoids trapped in this place to serve as food or vessels of some kind, stored for a later purpose. One that they would come to know as a drow named Alira and a dragonborn named Kaz. And upon finding these two, have found themselves to be separated from Kurobe. Kinwin made his way back to finding the rest of the company, but Kurobe is still out there somewhere. He and Kinwin got separated. But for now, the Lucky Sevens have decided that a long rest, several hours of sleep, are in order to better prepare themselves for what may be at the bottommost chamber of this nest, the source. And so, having taken watch and are preparing for the endeavors going forward, who is taking first watch? Lagon's taking first watch. All right.
Okay.
So Lagon, it's very quiet right now. The alarms have been turned off. The flashing lights that had been giving you some form of illumination in this nest have now died down.
Oh well. I guess I will have my drift globe with me.
Alright, drift globe it is. And go ahead and make me a perception check.
Perception. 8. 25.
You hear footsteps briefly at the beginning of your watch outside this sort of office that you found yourself in. The rest of the party have dozed off into what rest they can find.
If it gets any closer, I've got one left 4th level spell.
They don't. Instead, you hear any footsteps that are present walking away from you. And then eventually, you hear no footsteps anymore at all.
Okay.
And it's eerily quiet towards the end of your shift.
Alright.
First watch goes off without a hitch. Who's taking second watch?
That'd be Vanya.
If you want to pair off, you can, since both Alira and Vanya have rather short resting periods that they need.
Yeah, we could do that.
It's fine.
Either way.
Alira needs to have a moment anyway to help with reinforcements. So, Vanya, with the assistance of Alira, would certainly end up finding it a little bit odd the remains of her drow kin being slowly looked over, trying to end up scraping the bone and marrow, bits of skin from them. And Vanya, this oddity that showcases to Alira, or showcases from Alira, I should say, starts to end up becoming a little bit of a whisper under her breath before the remains of which suddenly start to spring back. The remains of your vanquished foe starting to decay and bustle with rot and spores, almost like a fungi is puppeteering them. This would be cast Animate Dead.
Animate Dead. Fantastic. And you're using a single target right now, or how many targets does it let you do?
Let me double check. Sorry, it's been a while. Let's see. Number. Abuse the memory. 1 inch your turn. I'm just trying to find the number.
I can't remember if it's a single target or if it's 3 per cast.
I know it's multiple. I know that.
Something like 3 is what I remember, but I don't.
I believe
100%.
I believe it's 3.
Sounds about right.
I think you can animate 3 per cast, so I'll let you have up to 3 puppets at your disposal now.
Well, best not leave it on stone floor where it can do no good.
Vanya looks kind of taken aback and almost alarmed in a sense. She's got a hand on the hilt of one of her short swords, just kind of watching them warily.
Alira doesn't seem to mind at all. Just doing this, as though this is as natural as you would picking up the groceries.
Seeing that Alira's not panicking herself and seems to be rather working with them, she's going to take her hand off the hilt, but she's still going to keep her eye on the zombies. After all, they've spent how long taking care of the undead?
Well, with that being said, I would like either one of you, or both of you, if you would like, to roll perception checks.
Alright. Take that roll.
Your dice strikes again.
Oh no!
That's okay, I can cover it. How's a 30 sound?
Oh, 30's
Oh,
great.
good, because my perception check is a 9 on a natural 1.
Oh no.
Oh,
Oh,
19 plus 11.
yikers. Big yikers. Well, we definitely, Throw some Derek dice if you have them. Yep. Thank you, Black Wolf. Well, that certainly makes up for it, as Vanya, very, very quiet. It's almost to the point that you can hear possibly the dripping of water for the stalagmite and stalactite formations in the hallways, leaving behind the makeup of these formations and dripping down to the ground, to a pool, to more of these formations. It's all, you can hear it all. You don't hear footsteps, you don't hear talking, you don't hear the sound of other creatures nearby. You just hear the creaking of metal, the settling of dust, the dripping of water, the breathing of your comrades, the whispers of prayer, possibly prayer, casting, definitely. That's Alira is speaking, animating and puppeteering the corpses with this same kind of fungus that kind of grows from her armor, from her hair, now from the staff that she carries. She's very peculiar, that one. Very elf-like, but very different.
Well, we're all peculiar in this little group of ours.
That is true.
That's probably underestimating it quite a bit.
But 3 of these dead drow that she had dragged into this room have now begun to walk.
Copy confirmation. The spell. Oh no. It does create one. It recast asserts control over 4.
Oh, okay.
So.
Okay, so you
But
can
I
create.
did have 3. I have 3 spell slots at this point.
Okay, so you can create one with each cast. Okay.
Yeah. Then we're doing the long rest. So.
Yeah, you're doing a long rest. So you have, and how long does that last until they're vanquished?
24 hours.
They continue to exist in perpetuity until destroyed, but my control is maintained by a single cast every 24 hours.
Okay. Good to know. Good to know. All right. So yeah, it takes a little bit of time, but you have some additional eyes, more or less, on the situation. What are you commanding them to do right now? If anything.
Defending the entrance points.
Okay.
On the either end of the hallway, just to be sure.
Okay.
Can't be too cautious, especially in here.
Yep, exactly. Kind of serving as an alarm system, because you know they don't last very long when confronted with an enemy. You've done this before several times.
And they need to end up lasting long enough to give us forewarning.
Long enough to sound an alarm in a way. But second watch goes off without a hitch. Your puppets have no interactions with any kind of foe, nor do they kind of sound any kind of alert to alert you to anything. It's rather quiet. You expected them to at least run into something. An animal? Some kind of aberrant creature? Nothing. Who's taking third?
I guess I'll do it.
All right, Kaz. Kaz will take third watch, while the ladies go back to sleep to rest once more, in the sort of trance that they do, being that they're elvish in nature. So roll me a perception check, Kaz. They seem to trust you.
That's a 23.
23. You feel like you're well rested. You feel like that you personally have had plenty of rest. And you listen. You hear the sort of settling sounds of water and metal and dust and just about everything else that you can hear, but no footsteps, no talking, no alarms.
Of course not. They know we're here. They know we're free. And it knows we're coming. It will have pulled everything back in order to prepare defenses. And that is the only logical conclusion. And because of this, we will be walking very likely into a well-prepared ambush. Of course, as I sit here and muse to myself quietly in Jotun, engraving some runes into a little gem that I have formed. Something that a gem dragonborn are able to do, although it's worthless. I simply hope I'm not the only one who realizes and that we prepare accordingly. And if they don't, and I tell them, I hope they listen to me.
Well, they certainly seem to trust you enough to let you take the last watch alone. But it is also during that time that some of the other comrades that you have now have started to rouse, who have had their full rest, such as Lagon and Kinwin. And shortly after, Vanya and Alira will rise, and so will Arya, who possibly looks the most concerned out of all of you at this very moment, as you're preparing breakfast and preparing your morning rituals. And so what does that look like for Alira? How do you prepare in the morning?
Alira carries with her an assortment of oddities when it comes down to food. Starting first off with delicious grub, and apparently a side of ripened, well, what you can presume must have had legs. It seems to have about 24 of them. Perhaps some form of centipede or something along those lines. Wrapped around another piece of... Is that a vegetable? The ecology in the Underdark is something awkward to end up being seen, for sure. Afterwards, she takes hold of the remains, the severed head now attached with a lock of her own hair upon a walking cane, speaks to it. She presses its forehead to hers as she starts to speak, thinking of near times long past, as it almost feels like the air has gone stagnant around her. And she has a moment to end up being able to convene. Like she's having a two-way conversation with someone who's no longer there. Before here stopping, and maybe you might notice the hairs that her own hair is interweaving a little bit into the remains of what apparently is some form of armor. You're pretty sure it was the armor that the other drow were wearing down here, but it seems to have twisted, molded, quite literally gone molten, and then hardened. Maybe reflecting of something you've seen before with the spider carapace that she once had. Her own skin, so to speak. It's an odd thing, nature. Cycle of life, death, rebirth, a new form, and those strange in-betweens.
You see that Kinwin is also doing some preparatory work where he's doing a little bit of a prayer and a manipulation of the elements around his staff, causing it to bloom. You see that Vanya and Lagon, Vanya's probably doing the less preparatory stuff in this case. Lagon has a sort of bundle of assorted things that he opens up to focus his prayers. What does Kaz do anything to prepare himself for the day?
Not in the same vein as the rest of the compatriots do. There is a short stint of meditation, the engraving of some runes, and the practicing of some forms. Each step, each stance corresponding with the cloaking of one of the different elements you might find in nature. Fire, lightning, the cold rhymes of ice, a acrid melting acid, and an even more acrid gas. It smells not acutely so to the common observer, but definitely if you were to properly imbibe it, it smells toxic.
And with everyone cramped in here, those forms are a little bit hard to go full stance with, but
they don't need to be super full.
Because it is rather cramped in this office. Got very, very close bedrolls to one another. Pack up your things. You eat your breakfast, what probably could already be readily eaten, as there's not really a whole lot of room here to have created a fire. But strangely enough, it's a very temperate sort of temperature down here. You'd expect it to run either rather cold or rather hot, depending on the circumstance, whether you're close to a lava river or whether you're not close to anything at all and sleeping on cold rock or cold metal. It's comfortable, if maybe a little chilly, but otherwise fairly comfortable to reside in. Had a comfortable night's sleep, and when you have finished all of your preparing, what do you do?
Lagan is going to cast Aid. Let's see, 3rd level
Okay.
on this. Just a second. That will be Kinlan, Alira, and Vanya.
All right.
Get sorry. You are going to get 10 temporary, and your hit point maximum and current hit points increase by 10 for the next 8 hours.
Okay. So you have temporarily increased their maximum health pool.
Yeah.
All right. Any other things before you leave this office?
Nothing from me.
Nothing for me.
Arya just kind of looks at all of you. Are we ready?
That's what they're going to be.
I mean, I'll hang back at the back like usual. Just we should probably be very quiet and very careful.
Let's not attract too much attention before we get there.
I haven't heard them at all. Have you?
When we first started towards the beginning of the shift, I heard skittering of feet moving about. But since then, it's been dead quiet.
They prepare an ambush.
Wouldn't you?
That's exactly how I know.
Keep your eyes peeled then.
All right. So, are you walking at a ready pace where you're not really just kind of walking at your normal pace? Are you walking at a stealthy pace? Are you casting any spells?
I mean, I got nothing to cast, but maybe someone else does.
Do we want to try and sneak for a little bit?
They probably had enough time to end up preparing. Certainly they know we're coming.
But they don't know where we're coming from. It might be a bit of a help or advantage to try to sneak for a bit.
Alright. That would be Pass Without Trace cast.
All right. Pass without trace on everyone. And so, let's make some group stealth checks. As you're moving out of this office space.
28.
18.
Okay.
With your plus 10?
Yeah, because I've got roll disadvantage.
I do too. I got fortunate.
Yeah, I rolled a 3.
Cool.
26.
26, nice.
And I'm
For Cause and Kinwin?
37.
Jesus.
Dexterity. Kinwin, what's your stealth check?
Don't forget it's plus 10.
You're muted. I don't hear you.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't hear you at all. I see your mouth moving, but I don't hear you at all.
Yeah, and me neither.
Yeah, I don't hear him either.
Something Discord inputs being funky.
Something Discord? Something? Try hopping out of the call and back in.
Yeah.
I don't
Nope.
hear you still. Your mic's not picking up. Make sure that it's set to the right mic on Discord.
Yeah, check your voice and video settings and
Well, with that being said, Arya got a 28. So I think we all make up for the fact that if Kinwin didn't make a good one, then I think everybody still covers him pretty well. Especially
And
given,
Mario.
yeah, especially given that that Kaz kind of almost you almost don't hear his footsteps at all. He's very light-footed for a Dragonborn. Most of the Dragonborn that any of you have ever seen before are rather bulky in nature. He's rather lean, rather light of foot. So, with that being said, what's the marching order? These corridors are kind of a 20-foot across, so you could side by side
two
if you
abreast.
want.
Lagan and cars up front.
Followed by
Yeah.
Vanya with Zephyr.
Okay. Arya's gonna kind of take a bit of a middle, and then with Alira and Kinwin at the back. Is Woden still having problems?
Yeah. Still working on it.
He's
technical
deafened.
issues all around.
He's deafened right now.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Now I hear you. There we go.
Yeah, there we go.
There we go.
It lives.
Breathes.
For some reason, Discord in the middle of the game just switched the input device to something else.
It does that.
Yep.
Discord is
It does
dumb.
Discord.
So I got a 22 on that stealth roll.
Hell yeah.
Nice.
Nice.
Yeah.
So the only one who didn't really do well, quote unquote,
Was
is
Vanya.
Vanya, and she got an 18. So,
Well is relative.
yep, well is relative.
Fucking
but,
hard.
but yeah, you
But
move.
what's bad about those, the other dice is like a 13.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Well, you move. You move at a slower pace, light of foot, cautious of whatever it is that you're going to be, running into. So those at the front, I would like you to make perception checks, Lagan and Kaz.
Can I offer her assistance, at least one of them?
Advantage, I can assist. If it's based on visual.
It
Shut.
is, but these, like I said, these corridors are 20 foot across, so being able to see past them even is a little bit tricky because Lagon's very tall. He's a big man. Kaz is
Kaz is also quite tall.
quite tall and lean,
Not as
so
broad, but
they might actually serve as a bit of a disadvantage to you both in order to be able to see past them. So I don't think you can offer advantage at this point, but they're in the front watching. So what is your perception checks?
Natural 20 for a 28.
What?
I got a 22.
22. Okay. Perfect. Still very quiet. You still hear the sounds of the chambers around you settling. You hear the whirring and beeping of instruments as you pass certain chambers, following the map that Vanya was able to copy down for getting to the source. And you notice that all of these corridors and chambers, all of them are empty. You come across another storage facility that looks like it had been empty for a while, but maybe had recently flushed another pod of that fluid that you found Alira and Kaz in recently, indicating that perhaps they've popped all of the pods that still had surviving specimens in them for whatever use they have. Food, manpower. What if it's more drow, Alira? What if it's more of your people? What if it's more like Kaz? Strange creatures that have been locked down here. What if it's more like these others? Strange. What are they here for? Why are they here? Mentioned something about the matron, but is that truly why they're here?
Well, to be fair, up until a few moments ago, if you were to tell me they were here, I would have ended up saying I didn't believe in fairy tales. And now I am walking near a descendant of giants. A living dragon in drow form. What I can only assume is an albino drow?
She is very
Is he
pale.
sickly? And the way they speak, even when they speak Elvish, most of it I don't understand. Or it feels like there's some form of consonantal drift. That the communication is different. One would think is something timeless, but I'm curious on which side ended up breaking form. But the fact that they're all together means there's more going on up there than earlier believed. To us down here, when we escaped from the calamity, the belief is that there was nothing left up there. Life had been scoured, and so much like fungal rot, it needed to bury deep in order to survive. What we learn from trees, we learn from moss, and while you may end up being able to end up killing the hair, severing a branch, so long as the roots are deep, it can survive. And so that's what we did. Go very deep. How are any of these people existing? It's a curiosity.
Certainly those of the pale complexion would find that creatures that could see in the dark would see them instantly. It's almost as if they glow. Glow and shine and shimmer and distracting, all of it.
I will say that I'm curious to know more. If only to end up understanding this. Because what we are, well, what has come into this world has, in one way or another, made us brothers in arms. Still, I wonder what they think as they stare at me. Perhaps I'm as alien to them. A oddity. Perhaps they're not used to seeing something with 8 legs. They're walking about, curious on what else ended up going above. And then there's that thing they go with, the 4-legged one.
It looks like it
reminds me
can't
of-
burrow at all.
No. The closest I think I can ever recall is what we end up referring to as a shadow cat. 2 tendrils, 6 legs, and not all there. Then again, they said the same. It was true for my mentor. Still, there's one that I observe. My eyes keep going towards. Though my reasons I'll keep to myself for now. It's that albino drow. Keep looking at them. Then perhaps avert my eyes the moment they may catch notice. There's so many questions. Questions about where they are, but they are the closest here I have to familiarity. And one does cling to the familiar when dealing with alien.
And upon meeting Kinwin, his ears are even smaller than Vanya's. Is he a different kind? Is he the same? Male for sure, do you think?
Thought's best kept silent for now. We already have a hard enough time communicating with one another. Them speaking in some tongue I don't understand, and the closest we can understand each other is still very, very different languages.
Choppy at
Only
best.
understanding small bits of words between, feeling more of a cluttered communication. It's the giant that makes communication clear and concise, though who gives him that gift, I'm curious. It's almost like we're connected in that brief moment of time. But then again, trees do talk. Well, pardon, not trees. Mushrooms do talk. Interlocking. Everybody sees a cap and presumes that these are 2 different things. No, they're actually one and the same creature. And I feel much the same. At least in that moment.
You continue walking forward. More of these tunnels and chambers empty. It seems that they've all left. Doesn't seem like they left anything behind either. You expected maybe traps, maybe something to catch you off guard, or something to set off an alarm once more. But no, you just feel that weight on your mind. That ever-present weight. Pressing. Trying to read you. Understand you. Maybe even trying to communicate with you.
It is highly likely they have fortified the main chamber with everything they have left. They're out of resources and desperate.
That's okay. We've got Lagan.
Of a man who worships the Wild Mother. If you wield her magics with the same fury as you wield that hammer, I think we'll be fine.
I wish you could have seen us earlier. Well, about a month back now, on the seas. Fighting the monstrosities coming out of the seas. Oh, such fun.
Well, perhaps I'll get to see a similar feat today, or later into the future, once we cut the head off of this disgusting beast. And he looks ahead. Obviously, we'd probably be making our way towards the main chamber like we were doing before we had our rest. And he looks in the general direction of that main chamber with the determination and Lagan, given that Goliath and Dragonborn are very similar in the self-reliance sense, you would best kind of pick up what Kaz's eyes are reading right now. It's a determination. Something stronger than any steel, that when they get into that room and everything goes down, it doesn't matter what happens, that thing is going to die.
Oh yes. Lagon definitely recognizes within you. And you can see the same within him. He's hell-bent on making sure that they pay for taking Karube down. And he has no idea what's happened to Karube since Kinlan's return, so...
Yep, and all that you know is that you got separated. And what happened to him after that, who's to say? But, walking at a slow sort of pace so that you don't get ambushed or anything like that, you come to one last hallway. One last hallway that leads down into, kind of leading down further into the nest, and the chamber beyond, based on the map, is the room. The room, and you see that there's some kind of markings and writing, kind of indicating the signs that you're going in the right direction. That you saw that the map had similar writings for the room where the source would be. And all of you here in your mind, come along now. In your own native languages.
Before we step into the lion's den, I have a single question.
You're talking
This
very
card-
softly, so I need you to speak up a little.
Sorry. Kars responds to the voice in his head. Before we enter this room, I have a single question for you. Do you feel fear?
Should I?
More than you could ever fathom.
Strong words from an insect.
And he kind of looks up. Everyone would be able to see this expression of puzzlement cross Kars's face. And he doesn't say it outright, not even in his mind. It's as if like he was murmuring it. Like if he was actually speaking to this thing and he was murmuring it, but mentally. That says the actual leech. If there are any preparations, I highly suggest making them now. Once we cross this threshold, that's it.
Go around as ready as we're ever going to be.
All right. So how do you want to go in?
We're still stealthed. However, it knows we're here, so I doubt that sneaking is gonna do any good.
Is there a door or anything in front of us?
It is a door, and it's kind of a it kind of has a rounded sort of arch, but it is open.
Okay. Do they open out?
It's one of the same sort of sliding on a rail sort of door.
Okay.
You see,
Lagon wants to check for traps.
okay. You can check for traps. Make a investigation check.
Always goes so well. Investigation, you say? It's 15.
It is simply open. The mechanisms that you see on the door that are obvious look to be similar to door controls that you've run into prior.
Okay.
No additional mechanisms or hidden things that you can see. The room beyond this threshold is dark for the moment. The only light source that you have is your drift globe, if you have it still on.
Well, the room is where we're going, right? The main chamber?
According to the map, it's somewhere close to about 100 feet by 120 feet.
But this is the room from the map that we're trying to go to, right?
Yes. It has the entrance that you see in front of you, and according to the map, there's an exit out the back of it.
Okay. Lagan is going to, damn it, I don't want to do that, but that's the only way he can. Lagan's going to throw his drift globe as far as he can into the room, while speaking a word that makes it suddenly appear as bright as daylight.
All right.
I don't want to get caught blind.
How far can you throw it? Does it have a range for that?
It does have a range for that. Let's see. Let me see. It's supposed to be like anything that I can throw.
Mm-hmm.
20 feet is standard, and anything beyond that's at a disadvantage. But I'm not trying to hit anything. I'm just trying to throw it in there and have it illuminate with its daylight spell.
Then go ahead and just make me a strength check.
I'm pretty good at these. 30-20.
Okay. So yeah, you can throw it to your maximum range. It gets a little off center from where you had originally intended it for it to go, but it as soon as it's there, it just kind of almost looks like it pops with that sort of daylight, sort of a brightness now coming out of it, just kind of hanging there, kind of towards the ceiling. The ceiling's about 60 feet. Well, maybe closer to 80 feet actually. So you kind of, so it's about 60 feet away from you and 80 feet up that you were able to throw it.
Okay.
So kind of at that angle. Seems to illuminate most of the room. Not all of it, but most of it in that that daylight, bright light. It is like it's daytime on the surface for that range. And what is the radius on that daylight?
That's what I'm trying to pull up.
If it serves like the daylight spell.
Right. That's what I'm switching from one to the other. So daylight.
60-foot radius sphere of light spreads out from a point you choose within range. The sphere is bright and light and sheds dim light for an additional 60 feet.
Okay.
You can choose a... Yeah, there you go.
So the whole room, except for the very far corner, would be bright light. The very far corner is dim from where the drift globe is right now. And I have this mapped. So
Olivia visibly flinches at this point, and having to shield her eyes at this the sudden burst of light.
Yes, it is a very sudden burst of light. You have never seen a light this bright before, ever in your existence. But for now, we're going to take a quick break. I'm going to finish getting things set up and get more water. You all do the same, and we'll be right back with an encounter, everyone. So be right back. Welcome back, everyone, to Rebirth, a D&D Tale. The Lucky Sevens have made their way and found the source. Lagon had thrown his drift globe up into the air and spoken the command word, and daylight has sprouted throughout the entire chamber, lighting up most of the entire space in bright light, revealing a very massive sort of squidging and tendrily sort of a mass in the center of this sort of platform, surrounded by 5 illithids as well as 5 additional drow in this space. The drow in this chamber seem to be unaffected by the daylight at the moment. No flinching or anything. Perhaps they don't care. But this mass, it looks almost like the same sort of squidgy mass with the giant maws that you saw, the small creatures with the clawed legs. Just a bigger version of that, with tendrils kind of keeping it elevated above what seems to be underneath it a pool of liquid, from what you can tell. And so, with that being said, I need you all to roll initiative.
Loth taketh away, and Loth does deliver. That is a 23 with a natural 20.
Ooh. Alira at a 23. Nice.
So apparently it is balanced. It's just balanced on extremes.
I also got a 23.
Ooh, look at you.
However, mine was an 18. So, with the natural 20, I'm letting Alira go first.
Dirty 20.
Okay. And then Kaz also got the 23.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay. And Lagon?
17.
17. Kinwin?
12.
12. Nice. Ooh, you got the same as Arya. Do you want to go first, or do you want her to go first?
That's a good question, actually.
In fact, she's NPC right now. I'm going to have her go second, so you're going to go first. Did I get everybody? Got Lagon, I got Vanya, got Alira, got Arya, got Kinwin, got Kaz, and I got my dudes. Okay. Cool. I think that's everybody.
Yep.
Alright. So that does mean, Alira, you're at the top of the round.
Well, let's see if we can manage this a little bit. So I am going to start off with my bonus action.
Mm-hmm.
And just real quick, the pillar that I'm seeing there, your transparent pillar, is that actually in play as an object, or?
That is not an object. That is just a stand to put the drift globe on. That indicates where the drift globe is above and around you all.
Okay.
Otherwise,
Then
the only pillar you see is this one right in front of you.
if that is the case, I am going to have the zombies at this point will end up moving. They move 20 feet. They're going to take their move action to try and cut off.
Okay, so you're using your bonus action as your command to issue
To
them
move the zombies. Yep.
issue them a movement. However, they will move after you have moved. So
Yep.
you declare, I'm commanding
just
with bonus
declaring
action,
my command.
and then you
Yep.
do your action.
Yep. They're going to end up moving down to the bottom of the camera. So you see that corridor to the south on the other side of the pillar.
Right here.
I want them to try and cut that off and attack anything closest to that location.
Okay. So I'm not moving them until after you've moved.
Nope. I'm just listing the command.
Okay.
Then I am going to end up casting. Let's start off with something easy. We're going to end up starting off with Spike Growth.
Spike growth.
Yep.
What is
20-foot radius, centered around a point within range that twists and sprouts hardened spikes and thorns. The area becomes difficult terrain for the duration. When a creature moves into or within the area, it takes 2d for piercing damage for every 5 feet it travels. The transformation of the ground is camouflaged to look natural. And any creature that can't see the... Yeah. So we're going to end up doing that, and I am going to specifically...
I have a template so that we can
There we
place it
go.
where we want it.
Alright. So, as I understand it, there are 4 illithids on the top of the platform, and...
It's 5, yeah.
5. Okay. I am going to place that just in front, or, pardon. I'm going to end up putting it so it's just covering them and the big boy in the back.
Okay.
So
right here?
Yep.
Okay. So it's basically the whole of the dais. Okay.
Yep. So
that whole platform is now difficult terrain.
Yep. And that should be a good cutoff.
All right. Good to know.
And with my movement action, I am going to move along the northern side.
So you are...
Yep.
Let's see, right here. You're kind of in the back, so you're going to go this way.
Yep. And I want to move a little bit up to try and move upwards if possible. Just to
over here towards this guy.
Nope, I'm actually going upwards, like literally away from the center of the map.
Away from the center. Okay.
Yep. So if I move up, I'm going to end up blocking line of sight from the some of the illithids, or at least make it difficult for them to end up coming across.
Using it as cover. Okay.
Yep.
All right. So depending on what happens, you have some cover. All right, and then your zombies move at the end of your turn 20 feet. Kind of following each other. There we go. That's what they can get. They don't have anything else to do, so that is the end of their turn. Cause. You are up here in the front, my friend.
Yes, I do. I am. See what's for us.
You have a couple of drow individuals right here in the front of the dais. You've got the drift globe up here. You've got a piece of pillar right here. You've got zombies. These are further away. These are all up here.
What's the distance between me and Big Brain in the middle there?
Roughly 60, 70 feet.
check some distance roll. Within range. Good. As an action, and Lagan, given that you're the one that speaks Jotun, you're the only one that's going to understand the word that comes out of Kaz's mouth. As he raises his hand, and an orb of lightning appears. Drek! And he throws it straight at Big Brain in the middle there.
Okay. Is that...
It's a casting of Chromatic Orb.
Chromatic Orb. Alright. Is that a save or an attack roll?
Nope. It's an attack roll.
Okay, roll an attack roll. Using whatever spell save DC you have. Spell save modifier, or a spell attack modifier you have.
Doesn't matter, it's a natural 20.
Natural 20!
So,
Alright.
let's go ahead and roll these d8s. All 6 of them.
Alright. For the purposes of the spell, what's it's a chromatic orb at what level?
First.
First, okay. Whew. You said it's 6d8 damage?
Yeah, it's 3d8. Yeah, it's 3d8 normally. Crit doubles it to 68.
Ah, right, yep. I think it's going to be lightning damage.
That is 36 points of lightning damage.
36 points of lightning damage. Holy bejesus.
That's a high roll.
That is solid, my friend.
And as a bonus action, you see some of the crystals in Kaz's back kind of shimmer. And from his back spread a massive pair of wings. I'm popping my gem flight.
Gem flight?
I've got a flying speed for a minute.
Alright.
And I can hover, which is kind of important. Because the, it's not lava, but the dais may as well be lava.
It hurts and it's pokey. Not that you can really see that particularly, because it is a little camouflaged. Are you moving at all, or are you just moving? And where are you moving to?
Yama had 45 feet straight up.
45 straight up? Okay. Well,
Yes, yeah, as I told you, it was probably a thing that you have on account of, I'm gonna be flying.
do I have pillars? Yes, I do.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna make you build a bit more. Play with your fancy Legos.
My fancy Legos. Alright, so you're going straight up. Sort of. I'm gonna put you right here. Well, I can't. That's not level ground, so I can't actually do that. I'm gonna have to put you on level ground. I'm gonna have to move you.
Yeah, it's fine.
Instead, you're going right here.
Oh. There's gonna be no context to that. That's the end of my turn.
Alright. So, that's the end of Kaz's turn. Vanya. You just saw Kaz just kind of fly up and shoot a lightning ball at this big blob thing in the middle of the house, in the middle of this platform.
Are any of the illithids within 5 feet of that fucker?
Of
Or the big brain?
no, they're about 10 feet away.
Oh well, he can take the whole entire thing then. He's gonna get a hail of thorns.
Hail of thorns. Make an attack roll.
At level 3.
Yep.
First and foremost, let me get my cat from being a dick here.
Dingus.
Sorry about that, he decided to try and climb behind the monitors. Anyway, the initial hit. Get back up to here. 25 to hit.
25 will hit.
Alright, he needs to make a dex save.
Natural 20.
Fuck
For
you.
20.
Well, he's still taking half. That's 11 for the initial damage.
Okay.
And then... that's gonna be 8 for the Hail of Thorns.
And
After
8.
having.
Okay.
And that's gonna be the end of my turn. Zephyr's gonna just hang out by me for now.
Okay. Zephyr is holding position. Alright. Well... It doesn't exactly like that, that y'all have done that. Going with something like this. I think that'll work. Okay, yeah, that'll definitely work. Alright, so I need you all of you, to make an intelligence saving throw.
$21.
Nat 20.
19.
Okay, okay.
12.
Oh, I should make that for Zephyr, shouldn't I?
Yes, you should.
If he has an
This is-
intelligence of above 4.
Does this oh, okay, so
He does
Anything-
not have an intelligence above 4.
neither does the zombies.
Okay, yep, they're not affected.
Phew.
No, actually, that is not an important stipulation to make.
That's not.
Oh.
No. All, let's see, creatures of the brain's choice within 60 feet of it must succeed an intelligence saving throw.
Oh, okay.
And its choice is you all.
Now 7 minus 4, so that's a 3. And another 3. So all of them get hit. I'm pretty sure all of them fail. The highest roll was a 3.
Okay.
Zephyr 15.
Zephyr's 15. Okay, so it would, DC is 18. Target. Okay, so those who succeed, it's a save or suck. So, So the creatures that did not save, which would be Kinwin, which would be Zephyr, the zombies, and who else? Made below an 18?
I don't think anyone else made below an 18.
Okay. Then that's... That's 50 psychic damage.
Well, Zephyr's down.
All right. Undead Fortitude. So, DC of 5 plus 50.
Oh no.
Nope.
If they crit, they withstand.
Blue's still up.
Blue is still up. Oh, nice.
White and black though have spectacularly failed.
Oh, well. Blue is a strong-willed bitch. All right. Well, that is what it can do on its turn. Aside from... Aside from sink about 10 feet. I don't have an indication of it sinking, so you're just going to have to imagine that.
10 feet, you say?
What's that?
10 feet, you say?
Yeah.
Through the spikes.
Through the spikes, which is difficult terrain.
So it'll...
Does that affect water?
Any movement. Any movement.
Okay.
It's any terrain. It's spike growth on top of water. It's bullshit,
oversees
but it works.
It also takes 6 points of damage.
Okay. That's fine. That's fine indeed.
Look, my job is not big blasty. My job is death and taxes, and I'm really good at that. I'm going to tax everything you do at this point.
Okay. Fair enough. All right.
Why is this?
One
Is
more.
this water spiky?
One more thing for those who actually are up. I believe that's Kinwin. For 1 minute, you are stunned. You can repeat the saving throw at the end of your turn to end this effect. So that's the brain's turn. We got some dudes. We got some dudes who have some handguns. Who might take exception to the fact that that causes flying. So.
And
Go ahead.
so, are these physical projectiles or are they energy?
Energy.
Damn it. Okay.
Yep, they are drow weapons, which are kind of special in this particular instance.
Yep.
Where did my doohickey go? Oh, here it is.
If I get hit, I may query you on a rule of cool.
Query me on a roll. Cool. Okay. Well, it's one of them is going to. One of them is just has decided it's going to fire on you at the very least. That is a 21 to hit. No, 23.
Yeah.
23 to hit.
That will certainly hit.
Okay.
But yes, this is where that rule of cool query comes into effect.
Okay.
You see, I am a monk.
You are a monk.
I have this thing called deflect missiles.
Yes, you do.
I was wondering if, under the circumstances of the nature of what I am and what it is that I do, as the very particular kind of monk that I am, that if it is of an energy kind that I can use...
Can you use force damage?
I'm an amethyst dragonborn. I am force damage!
In all of the techniques that you can do, does any of them have force damage as an element that you can use?
Yeah, I've got my breath attack that can use force damage.
Okay. Okay, so you are familiar with force damage. So,
Yep.
um,
I'd like to see if I can use deflect missiles to negate the damage, and if I do drop it to 0, if I could spend a key to kick it back at them.
I will allow it given your circumstance.
Okay.
All right.
So, I will, need to roll damage first,
Yeah.
but I will be spending my reaction to reduce the damage. I also have resistance to this.
Yeah, you would. That's natural. That's fine. So that is going to be 11 points of force damage.
Which will be halved to...
Half to 5.
Half to 5. Yep, so I am gonna go ahead and spend my reaction and deflect missiles. It's a D10 plus 14. Because it's my dex modifier. It's because it's my dex modifier plus my monk level. That's going to be more than enough to drop it to 0.
Yep.
So as part of that reaction, I'm going to spend a key, and I'm going to kick the blast straight back at him.
Okay. Make an attack roll.
Yep. I am considered proficient with this, and it's considered a monk weapon.
Okay. That's fine. Things monks do.
26.
That's gonna hit.
And how much damage was it? Like the dice?
5. Or the... It was half to 5 for you. It was 11 damage total.
Well, see, no. When I kick a thing back, it's as if it came out of the weapon. So I actually need the dice to roll.
The dice roll was
Yes.
7 on the dice.
No. I mean in terms of like the type of dice.
Oh, 2d6.
2d6. Okay. And it'll be plus my dexterity modifier because it's a monk weapon.
Yep.
And that'll be 11 points of force damage as one of the drow takes a shot at Kaz. And you kind of see the few gems that are floating around him thanks to his wings fly forward and kind of block the blast. Before he kind of flips him, and he kind of wags a finger at the drow. Before he flips himself over and, using his tail, literally flicks the blast straight back at the drow.
Alright. Well...
Unfortunately, I unfortunately can't like stunning strike him because it's not a
Yeah, because you're not in melee.
Yeah, it's not a melee attack. But you do see the blast get sent back at him.
The rest are moving. This one can move up to Vanya. I knocked over a thing. Yep, I knocked over Kaz. Yeah. So the one that's at Vanya is going to make 2 attack rolls. The first one is a 2 on the dice. The other is a 19 on the dice.
That'll hit.
Okay, so that is going to be... Uh, 10 points of piercing damage.
Okay. Well, it takes away the temp HP. Thank you, aid.
Then we have a couple of magicians amongst them. One of which... one of which is kind of farther away and is going to use fairy fire. So I need those in this group, which is Lagon, Arya, Zephyr, Vanya.
Zephyr unconscious
Zephyr's
right now.
unconscious.
Yeah.
And Kinwin, all to make dexterity saving throws.
Oh, something I'm actually good at. 21.
21, okay.
Dirty 20.
Okay.
Five.
Oh, Kinwin.
Oh dear.
Oh,
Oh,
Kinwin.
Kinwin.
Oh, no.
Kinwin.
And then there was Arya. She needs to make that as well. Which is a pass. So... that means for a minute, that Kinwin, you are lit up like a Christmas tree. The attack rolls against you have advantage. But
Glowing green.
you're glowing green, purple, blue, all of that. Scintillating sort of colors. Almost in a bioluminescent sort of way. In a very similar way to maybe some of the spores that you see coming off of Alera. That's that one's turn. The second one is going to... it's going to stay put where it's at and not do anything. Okay, that's the end of the Drow's turns. Lagon.
Okay. Let's see. I've got to do it. I'm going to attempt this again. Reach out and put my hand on Kinwin, and I'm going to cast Lesser Restoration.
Okay.
To try and break them out of this, whatever it is. Whether it's deafened, paralyzed, poisoned, one condition or one disease.
Oh yeah, Kinwin is considered stunned.
Okay.
So you would know with Lesser Restoration whether or not he'd be able to pop out of it. So I'm not going to make you spend the spell slot.
No, that's not one of the conditions. So, okay. That changes things then. I'm still going to use that second level slot, but this time I'm going to use my bonus action and I'm going to cast Spiritual Weapon on the one closest to me.
Spiritual Weapon, which is the one next to Vanya too.
Yeah. So...
pop.
Spiritual Weapon, 8. 22 to hit.
22 will hit.
Alright. Eat it. Oh. That is 13 points of force damage.
Okay, 13 points.
And for the same one, I am going to point my hammer at him, and I am going to cast Toll the Dead.
Toll the Dead.
Make that Constitution save.
Constitution saving throw.
Oh, sorry, wisdom.
Wisdom. Okay, that is 19.
Yeah, he passes, so he doesn't take any damage.
Okay. But you did bonk him with a spiritual weapon, so there's that.
And then I am going to move. I've got 30 feet. I want to move up to this uh, uh, zombie in front of me.
Zombie in front of you? Okay.
Yeah. Spread the field out a little bit.
Yep, you can get up
That way
to
we're
the other
not
side
all
of him
in
too
one.
if you wanted.
Yes.
Okay. You're in front
That way I
of
have
something.
somebody else that can be attacking with me.
Yep. Alright.
And that is me.
That is you. Kinwin, you are stunned. You can make an intelligence saving throw to get out of it, and that's the end of your turn.
$13.
Does not pass, you're still stunned. So that's the end of your turn. Next is Miss Aria. Aria doesn't like that Vanya's getting harassed by a guy with a sword. So she is going to... What is she going to do? She's going to use a Sacred Flame. So that dude needs to make a dexterity save. Which passes, so it sucks. And she is going to kind of press herself up against this wall back here. Kind of looking at Zephyr like she's upsetty spaghetti that he's down. But that's Aria's turn. We have then some illithids. I kind of don't want to move based on the fact that they saw the brain take some unhealthy damage moving a little bit. So instead, they are going to... Ooh, actually, there is something that he can do. Each one of them is going to cast Levitate to get out of the spikes. They are going to take one little bit of spike damage by lifting themselves up 5 feet off the ground.
All of them?
Yep, all 5.
Okay. So first one takes 7. Second one takes 6. 2. And 6.
Oh, there's a 5th one. There's 5 up there.
Oh. That's 8.
Ooh.
Let's roll.
Maximum damage!
Maximum damage.
Now, the really funny thing about Levitate is that they have no XY plane movement now. Because that's the thing with Levitate.
Yeah.
Is that it doesn't actually allow you to float forwards, backwards, side to side. Nope, it's just up and down.
Unless you have something act on you.
Yeah.
push you
You
forward.
can push yourself around, but you can't actually It's not like flight.
It's like
you know?
space.
Yeah, it's like space.
It's like space.
It's why Cypher had it, actually. Even though we never used it.
Okay, but with each of them being out of the spikes, just pretend that they're all floating. Because I don't want to get more stands out. With that being said, that is their action. So they're just kind of floating there. All right. Well, that's their turn. Alira, top of the round. What are you doing?
Well, I'm so glad that this old trick works. I'm going to cancel my spell, and I'm going to cast a new one. But now that they're up in the air, this just gets 10 times worse. I'll let discretion advise. I'm going to change it to Sleet Storm.
Ooh, Sleet Storm. What does that do, my friend?
A 20-foot tall cylinder with a 40-foot radius centered around a point of your choice.
Ooh.
Until the spell ends, freezing rain and sleet fall in a 20-foot tall cylinder with 40-foot radius centered around a point of your choice. The area is heavily obscured, and exposed flames in the area are doused. The ground in the area is covered by slick ice, making it difficult terrain. When a creature enters the spell's area for the first time on a turn or starts its turn there, it must make a dexterity savings throw. On a failed save, it falls prone.
Okay.
If a creature is concentrating in the spell's area, the creature must make a successful Constitution savings throw against your spell save DC or lose concentration.
Okay. Okay. Well, we've got some difficult terrain going on. And that spell, where are you centering it?
That is a fantastic question.
Oh,
Well,
that's a 40 foot... is it 40-foot radius?
yeah.
That can take the whole
am-
room if you want.
I am going to make it so that it literally clips, because if I understand viewing this, it is possible for me to get all of them literally with the very edge of the spell, but allow us to be able to end up going up to them in a 5-foot radius. If I'm counting my hexes correctly. It is
So
possible.
the question would be, do you see the end of the space here? It is bright light. You are having a hard time seeing. So I need you to make a perception check as a free action.
That's a 15. So
Okay.
you know.
Okay, the daylight's not hurting you.
Oh, wait, nope. Okay, it is still 50.
Okay.
Okay. Because I gotta take disadvantage. So yeah, I'm going to place it.
So it's a 40-foot radius from probably about this point away over here to get all of
Literally,
them
you're
in line of
pointing
view.
to the point where we can't see where you're pointing on camera. That's how far back you are.
Yeah. You want the point to clip right here for the
Yep.
40-foot radius.
No, I want to clip it so it catches every opponent that we have, if possible.
Okay. So it's more like you're kind of aiming it right here.
Yeah, in the back corner of the room.
Okay. Okay.
And I'm 45. I'm 45 feet up, so I'm above the cylinder height because the
Yeah.
cylinder's only 20.
So if you're doing it from the floor up, you're gonna
That's
get
right. I don't need to do it from the floor up, do I?
no. You can do it on just the platform height, or you can do it at the floor height. Floor height means
We'll do it at the floor height, but I want to get everybody. And everybody deserves peace.
so the floor height does mean
No.
that your illustrated friends are outside the cylinder.
The platform's above 10 feet.
Yes.
20 feet. 20 foot high.
Because they would have drifted only 5 feet because difficult terrain.
Yep, and the
And
platform itself is 20 feet tall.
Okay, the platform itself is 20 feet tall. Okay, that's what I'm misunderstanding.
Yeah,
So you
platform
got
itself
the
is
top
20 feet tall.
All right, no, then I'm focusing on the illithids then.
Okay, so you're kind of centering it on with getting all of the people on the platform.
Yep.
Instead. Okay, that's perfectly fine. You can see the point you need to aim it at, and they are in the rain.
Yep. So we are at the start of their turn. Everybody's making a dexterity savings throw.
That also means that since they just entered into this space, they do need to make that too. So, because the space just appeared in front of them.
Yep. Ooh, actually, can I trick shot this?
In what way?
I can choose the verticality of the spell, right?
Yes, you can.
So what if I were to keep it, I don't know, 5 feet off the ground, off the platform, meaning that nobody on the ground is taking difficult terrain checks. Meaning everybody's free to rush in if they so choose, but they are the sole ones getting affected.
So,
would that be acceptable?
So, the brain's the only thing getting affected right now.
Okay.
If that's the case.
I thought they were all levitating.
They are levitating.
So they would be levitating into it. They need to go back to ground to be able to end
back to the platform.
Getting out of it. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
So if you want to hover it like that, the ceiling is 80 feet above you.
All right. Okay, never mind. I thought I would trick shot it, but I'm not going to try and push clever right now. I figure
you
I
can put it as the point on the ceiling if you want to get the whole of the ceiling.
No, we're more focused on the illithids and trying to shut them down more than anything. So,
okay.
But if the big brain has to make Constitution saving throw every turn as well, and I can get it, then by all means.
It's not concentrating on anything.
Not yet.
But the illithids are.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're concentrating on levitate.
Okay. Anyway, DC is 16.
Okay. So, just to be clear, the cylinder is being put on
the platform.
The platform itself, and that height. Okay.
And then it goes up 20 feet.
Goes up 20 feet. Okay, so that's 40 feet total.
Yep.
And it's just them.
Just
kind of just aiming it
everything inside.
Okay.
Yep.
Everything there. Okay.
Yep.
Grab my roll 20s, my d20s.
I wonder if the Ceramorphosis brine would.
Okay. So we have you said dexterity?
This is a dex check, yep.
Dexterity saving throw, right?
Yep.
Okay. Okay. The brain fails. But I don't see...
And is now prone.
Yeah, it's prone. I guess technically whatever prone means to an elder brain.
On its side.
Yeah. Then we have our 5 others. There is the highest so far 17. The others are a failure because it's 13, 9, and 5, and then the 5th one is a 5.
Well,
the rest are prone.
There's
kind of prone in the air because they also need to make concentration checks.
They're literally being tossed around in this hail.
Yep. All 4 of them making constitution checks.
DC 16.
Only one of them passes.
So a couple of them are
we've got one who's
collapsing with
levitating prone. The others
He's
are
getting
on the
tossed
ground
around.
prone.
Okay, so just double checking. To get up from prone is half your movement,
It is.
and then you cut that movement in half because you're on difficult terrain.
Yes, so they're at quarter movement right now. Just to get to get up in the position they're in, it's quarter movement. They'll have quarter movement left.
No. If they're in difficult terrain and need to get up, half their movement doubled. For each foot of movement you take another foot of movement. It will take everything for them to be able to get up at all.
Oh yeah, the whole movement.
If they get up, they can't move.
Yep.
Sleet Storm, the better counterspell.
I love it. I love it. Beautiful. Fantastic. Anything else, Alira?
Zombies are going to continue doing what they're doing. I don't need to end up giving them a command, and
Nope. They were told to move, and this one is right here now.
I am going to... No, I'm going to hold position right now.
Okay. You're holding position. Your zombie has moved over this way 20 feet. And we'll keep moving on your turn next, if that is your command.
It's going after the drow, trying to screen them out. Maybe end up offering a flanking attack. Well, it's not thinking strategically. However, its dance partner right beside it is.
Yep. That brings us to Kaz. You are in the air, 45 feet up, my friend.
Yes, I am. And you know what I see in front of me? A sleet storm, and not a lot else because it's heavily obscured.
It is very heavily obscured.
But I know what's in there.
You know what's in there. You don't know what their condition is yet, though.
It's fine, I don't need to know what the condition is. You want to know why? Because a wizard doesn't ask how big the room is. He casts fireball. Except it's not a fireball.
What is it instead?
Again, you would hear the draconic, chanting from Kaz, and a cone. He'll fly down to make sure that this is possible, but a 20-foot cone is gonna bathe them in frigid ice, and that's gonna be dex saves from all of them.
I believe at disadvantage, correct? Because they're prone.
No, dex saves are not affected by prone.
No, but they are affected by the fact that it's heavily obscured and they cannot see the... Well, the Illithid can't see this coming. The Elder Brain won't have disadvantage because it has blind sight.
Well, it has blind sight and it's too far away.
Is it outside of 20 feet? Because I'm flying down to...
Where are you flying down to and how far? Because you're at 45 right here.
I'm thinking of flying down... literally just enough to catch them in 20 feet. It's a 20-foot cone. I'm guessing I'd have to fly down like 20, 25 feet?
And forward, yeah.
Yeah, I'll fly forward a little bit as well. So, there's like, 30 feet of movement?
Yeah, it would be 30 feet. That's fine.
Yeah. So I would make that 30 feet.
So you can be right there and get... Let's see, this is a 30-foot cone, but we'll use it for a template. For 20, you would be able to get these front 4. This guy's outside of it. He's the one that's saved anyway. And the brain would be outside of it too.
That's fine. Hitting 4 illithids, that's completely okay with me.
4 illithids. And that is...
I said it is a dexterity save. Yeah, it would be with disadvantage because their sight is currently heavily obscured. Or at least I will check that just to make sure.
Check the ruling on that, because prone does not... Prone doesn't affect...
Yeah, prone doesn't.
But visibility might. I don't know that one for sure. I don't think it does. It's obscured, it's not blinded. So, they would be able to see it.
Vision is blocked. Creatures are effectively blinded.
Effectively blinded. Okay, well they're effectively blinded. So does blinded affect dex saves?
Automatically fails. No. Can't see and automatically fails any ability check that requires sight. Attack rolls have advantage and creatures' attack rolls have disadvantage.
So dex save it as normal.
Yeah, as normal.
That is an 11, a 10, a 9, and a 15. What's your save DC?
It will be 15.
Okay, so the 15 will pass, the other 3 don't. So we're gonna say that this guy is the one who passed.
Well, they're taking... I mean, the guy who saved is taking half, but it's max damage otherwise. 12 points of cold damage.
Okay. And then 12 on the others.
And I have a second attack and 15 feet of movement left, and there's a drow there just waiting for me to punch it in the head.
That doesn't take an action to do for your breath weapon?
It does, but it's part of my attack action. I may replace one of the attacks. My Dragonborn breath weapon is just an action, but that's my class feature.
Oh. That's bonkers. It's OP. Monks.
Well, no, I could only do it once a turn, and I only get 4. Currently 4.
4 charges.
Yeah, unless I start spending ki on it.
Okay.
But I do have another attack, and I see a drow that's right there. And
which one? This one, or
that one there?
This one here. So you're going down to ground level.
Yep, and I'm going to
That's all your movement.
give it a good old-fashioned electrical gun.
You're gonna pay him a beating. That's what
I'm gonna pay him a beating.
All right, snicked. Slice him up.
That is a 25.
25 hits.
And that is 9 points of lightning damage.
You said 9 points of lightning damage?
Yep. How's he looking?
All right.
Cool, I'm gonna spend the key. Can you make a Constitution save, please?
Constitution save. That is all of 8.
You know what that means? When I say I spend the key and he has to make a Constitution save, he's stunned.
He's stunned.
And because he's stunned, I have a bonus action still.
Okay.
And you know what that merits?
Pop, pop.
A key and another fist.
Another 2.
Another 2 fists. And now I have advantage.
Stunning strike's
he's
not a
stunned.
bonus action, is it?
Nope, it is just on a hit, you may spend a key.
On a hit. Okay.
That'll be a 21 for the first one.
That hits.
And that'll be 8 points of lightning damage.
Okay.
And the other one is a 26.
26 hits.
For 9 points of lightning damage.
Okay. Okay, nice hits. Nice hits.
That's my turn.
That is your turn. Alright. Brings us to Vanya.
First things first, cure wounds at level 2 for Zephyr.
Cure wounds level 2 for Zephyr. That's your action.
Yep, and he's getting 13 points back, thank God.
Good boy, good boy.
And he's gonna be getting up.
Mm-hmm.
And even though Vanya can't do anything at the moment, Zephyr sure is, and he's gonna take exception to the fact that there's one right up on her.
Yep. Chomp.
So, chomp chomp. Oh, he really took exception. That's a nat 20.
Ooh, this boy's taking exception to this.
He is not happy. It also needs to make a strength saving throw.
Strength saving throw. That is...
That's
And-
18 points of damage.
And an 18 to save.
Yep, he saves. And that'll be it.
Okay. Looking pretty rough. This guy's looking pretty rough indeed. That is all of Vanya's turn. So we got a brain guy. He's 10 feet into the water right now. But can he reach? Can he reach? Yes, indeed he can. He can reach Kaz. He was prone, using 5 of its 10 feet of movement to get up.
It would be all of its movement because it's also in the sleet storm. It's
Oh.
difficult terrain.
Okay, well it can't sink anymore like it wants to, but it can definitely whip out a tentacle. So it is going to make an attack roll on Kaz. This tentacle can reach 30 feet.
I don't like that.
That's a natural 20.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Yeah, nothing I can do about that.
Let me add some D8s.
Yeah?
I have 2? No, I have 3. But I need 4. Grab one more D8 out of my box. That's 20 points of bludgeoning damage, and I need you to make a... Oh no, that is just a... It happens. You're grappled.
Yep.
And...
How much was the damage?
18 points of bludgeoning damage. Or 20 points of bludgeoning damage, rather. And you are... Yeah, you're grappled. You cannot move.
Grappled.
Yeah. So that's its turn. Drow friends. This one's gonna turn around and realize that you're there. This one's also gonna turn around and realize that you're there, so they're gonna flank you. granting each of them advantage on an attack roll.
Okay.
One with the whip is attacking with 2 short swords. It has a whip in its hands for the model, but that's the only way I can distinguish it. Otherwise, it has 2 short sword attacks. First one is a 23 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
That is 14 points of slashing damage.
Ow!
Second one is a 15 to hit.
That'll miss.
Okay. That's the first attacker. Second attacker. Oh, that's a natural 20. Oops.
Okay.
Oops. Oops. That's cacked. That is 15 points, doubled to 30 of slashing damage for their first hit, and second hit is cacked. Is a miss. Ow.
Ow!
Ow. So that's 2 of them. The third assassin is on Vanya. But it doesn't like that Zephyr got up either, so it's going to make its first attack at Zephyr. That is 20 to hit, dirty 20.
Yeah, that hits. God damn it.
I went min damage. That is... that is 6 points of damage. But its second attack is going at you.
Okay.
These are short swords?
Yeah, these are powerful short swords.
Okay, let me have it.
Let's see, that's 17 plus 6 is 17.
Yeah, that's gonna hit.
Yeah, that's a hit.
Yeah, the 17 alone would have hit. My AC is only 16.
And then that is 10 points of slashing damage on you.
Okay.
That's all the assassins, and then we have 2 magicians. What can they do? What can they do? It is going to come up to this one. It is going to cast a Cure Wounds on its friend. And that is going to be 6 points of healing. Not much, but it'll work. And then this other one is going to do the same to this other die. Because that other guy is looking a little hurt, but he's not bad. And that is going to be 7 points there. Okay. It's all the Drow's turns. Lagon. You see Cause getting ganged up on.
I want to do something about that, but first, we are going to cast Call Lightning at 4th level.
Call lightning.
Thankfully, a friend of mine has already brought a cloud in here, so,
Sleet Storm doesn't form a cloud, does it?
Let me check the text.
if
It
not,
just
there
says
will
it starts
be a cloud.
raining.
Yep, it is sleeting all to hell.
Okay. Well, now there is a cloud appearing over that,
Hmm.
and
Cloud
it is
basically fills
centered,
up the whole room, not the ceiling. The ceiling is
but
80
it
feet
is
high, by the way.
right. I'm aware. I don't fly, so that's not an issue for me.
Mm-mm. Isn't there a height restriction as to how you can form the cloud, though?
There is, if the room is not large enough to contain a cloud, it will not form. But it doesn't say that there is a
60. It's 60-foot radius. But no,
yeah.
you might be thinking of the spells that go up like 300 feet, but it's called lightning. It's 60
No.
foot radius, 10 feet tall cylinder.
Yeah.
As an example, the spell fails if you can't see a point in the air where the storm could appear. But the room is more than high enough to
form it.
Right.
support a cloud of that size.
Okay. Just clarity's sake. Alright. Yep. It is hanging up there with your drift globe. Kind of dulling the light a little bit of the drift globe, actually. Kind of obscuring the light. Obscuring the light just enough that Alira, it actually isn't affecting you anymore. You're considered in shade.
Yay!
So I want to strike them as many of these things at one time as I can.
Call lightning is one target and a 5-foot radius?
Yeah.
Okay. So who are you centering it on? You can center it on Kaz. Get all of the
I do not want
here.
as much as I want to take all of them out, I don't want to take Kaz out.
Mm-hmm.
So the one that I just saw that ran up here and healed his friend that's right in front of me.
Okay.
Wearing behind the zombie.
Mm-hmm.
The other one, right in front of the dais.
Oh, this one.
Yeah, the one that just ran up and healed the second guy here.
Yep, okay.
I'm centering it on him so that it will hit the other guy as well.
Okay, so those two guys need to make a dex save. Well,
yep.
Ladies. They're ladies. They're not men. There is a distinction to make, as they are warrior women.
That's fine. But I am pumping my channel divinity destructive wrath into this, so it does max damage whether they save or not.
Well, neither of them save. One rolled a natural 1.
That is going to be 40 points of lightning damage, my dude.
Holy shit!
Yep, Channel Divinity Destructive Wrath is probably one of the most damage-dealing abilities in the entirety of 5th edition. See that with a level 9 Core Lightning or something similar.
I'm not there yet.
Level 9 Chromatic Orb. Ow! Destructive Wrath.
Ka-chow. Ouchie. They both look very hurt.
As much as I want to run up and finish them off, my spiritual weapon's still hanging out with the guy that's harassing Vanya, so it...
Bonus action on him.
26 to hit.
That'll hit.
And that's another 13 points of force damage to him.
13 on that one.
And for the moment, I am going to move up behind Kaz.
Behind Kaz. Alright.
That's it.
Alright. Yeah. All of the drow with weapons look very hurt. And so does the one magician. Yeah, they're in pain. They don't like what's going on here. Kinwin, you are stunned. Make your intelligence saving throw. Oh, I didn't do that thing. That's a fail anyway. So.
think it's 12 again. Didn't I roll 12 last time?
Yeah, something like that. 12 or 13. Yeah, you're still stunned. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Oh no. Oh no.
oh no, it's the stun. The
He got
return
stun
of the
locked.
stun lock with a vengeance.
Very much so. Oh man, my bad. I'm sorry. Not mean to do that. Well, I kind of did, and I kind of didn't. Well, it's Arya's turn. What is Arya gonna do? What can she do? Ooh. She has something that she might be able to do.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
That's all I do.
She doesn't like that all. I mean, she likes that all of them are in a sleet storm, but she doesn't like the fact that that they're brain eaters either. So she is going to rain fire on all of them. That is not a big enough circle. She is going to cause all of these fuckers inside the sleet storm to have to make a dexterity saving throw. So,
What the Raven? Fireball!
Fireball. Yes. So we got brain. That's a fail. We've got a guy who's standing up. That is also a fail. We've got the 4 guys who are prone. And only 1 again saves. Okay. So all of them are going to take 66 worth of fire damage. Good thing it's just an explosion, doesn't need to maintain. Okay, so that is 16 points of fire damage on each of them. And then 8 points on the last one. Okay. Well, that's Arya's turn. Bing, bing, boom. And, yeah. That's that. Mind flares do not like at all.
Speaking of that floating one that's still standing needs to make an intelligence, a Constitution save, and then a Dexterity save.
Yep.
Both at 18.
I think that's a pass. The Constitution save is a 20, dirty 20. Dex save is an 18.
Oh,
Alright.
sorry, my mistake. 16. So yeah, they got it.
They save. Okay. Alright. So. They're still in the sleep. They don't like it.
still difficult terrain, and one's still floating and doesn't have the ability to push himself along. It's what's he gonna push himself on?
Yeah, not a lot. Man. Really, all we can do is, doesn't want to. No, he doesn't want to do that because that backfired last time. Well,
Go on, do it!
I think they're
Do
each
it!
just going to spend all of their movement to stand up. They can't move at all. We're right there. Okay. No, because their buddies are in the way. Damn you. Damn you for controlling the field. But yes, I'm excited for this. They can't really do anything without exploding their own people, so they're not gonna. Top of the round, Alira.
So, just to be clear, they're all on the ground now, right?
They've all stood up. They spent their movement to do that, at the very least.
Oh, good. Then allow. You know what? It was so nice. We're gonna end up doing it twice because while I could end up casting, well, no. Let's see here. That would be. No, you wanna know what? Let's go back to the original. I'm going to end up casting Spike again rather than Maintain because the sleet already did what it was supposed to do.
Trip him up. Yep, it did.
And I am going to center it. Now, if I understand this correctly, right now,
It's a 20-foot.
Cause is currently just north of that drow, correct? So
yes,
they're
Kaz is right here, Lagon's right here. Got 2 drow behind them. And
okay.
2
And
drow
what
in front of them.
those 2 drow? Okay, so I'm going to have Entangle catch the drow at the very edge of it. Yep, and everything behind.
Okay, so all of them.
Everybody's getting a piece.
Entangle or spike growth?
No, Spike.
Spikes.
Spike's
Spike.
growth.
Okay, spike growth is a 20-foot sphere, right?
20 foot. Yep.
Yep, 20 foot.
Yeah.
20 foot radius.
20-foot radius.
Mhm.
That's bigger than this.
Yep.
This is 20. Well, this is a 20-foot radius. But yes, I get what your intention is to kind of just catch them, not your friends.
I'm gonna gunk up this whole field.
Yep, that whole field back there is all gunky. They don't like it. They don't like it. Damn you.
While that happens, I am going to move 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm gonna end up moving
Hold on for a second, I lost you.
right behind. You know that pillar that's right beside your flying stand?
Yeah.
Near close to the center?
Yeah.
I'm gonna end up going there for cover.
Okay. Okay, got some cover right there.
Yep. That should be 5, 10. Okay, we're getting closer. And the zombie is going to. Since I can't use my bonus action, I'm going to command it to flank that southern drow and work its way up.
So right here?
Yep. So it's gonna move and try and end up making flanking positions if it can. Otherwise, it's just moving up to attack.
Moving up to attack. Okay, it can make an attack roll at an advantage.
All right.
Because Kaz is directly across.
Yep. Not expecting much, but hey, +3 is +3.
Mm-hmm.
That's a 10. What are these dice?
Did you crit?
That's a crit.
Yeah!
Get some mojo dice up in the chat, y'all.
So that's now 2d6 plus 1 bludgeoning damage. That's 12.
12 damage. All right.
5 and a 6. What is going on?
Love it. Love to see it.
Go, Big Blue.
Go, Big Blue. kind of just lunges at the drow on drow conflict. One that is overly decayed with spores. The other just looks like nobody's home. All right. So far, no downed enemies. Kaz, do you want to get out of the grapple? Or do you want to attack instead?
I mean, I do, but...
It's an action for a strength check.
Athletics or acrobatics, my choice.
Yeah. But it is contested, yes.
For monsters, usually not. They normally will have an escape DC with the grapple.
Let me see. Oh, yeah, escape DC. I do. You're right.
Yep, so that'll be the DC. So if I want to make the check, that's the DC I have to beat to get out.
Before you do that, you do have to take some psychic damage.
I do have to take some psychic damage. Yeah. Okay.
That's all of 5 psychic damage. No, 6. Sorry. 6 psychic damage.
Yeah, I'm not doing hot in the least. I am very hurt. But if I'm gonna go down, then it's coming with me. And wouldn't you know it, there's a piece of it wrapped around me right now.
Mm.
Which means it's in my threat range.
Is that true with reach?
It is if it's got me grappled.
Well, grappled, yeah. I can see the logic behind that. I don't know if that's rules as written, but
if it was only just able to hit me, then no. But because it's actually like wrapped around me properly to the point where it's got me like restrained, yes, it does count as being technically in melee range with me. As that part is staying there.
Yeah, I guess you're right, because its threat range is 30 feet, so.
But this thing, this is gonna hurt.
Bring it.
But this thing needs to take a lot of damage.
Yes, it does.
Right now.
Yes, it does.
First attack. With a sword.
You're grappled, you're not restrained, so that's not a disadvantage. You just can't move.
Hey, coffee. That's a natural 20. So,
more Modo dice in the chat.
What is going on?
That's going to be...
Look, we're called the Lucky Sevens for... And it comes from the fact that occasionally Mojo's luck rubs off on us.
22 points of slashing damage.
Okay.
Its speed is reduced by 10 feet until the end of my next turn. Because of Slasher, my feet.
Oh, okay. I did not realize
And because it was a critical hit, it currently has the lingering wound and it has disadvantage on all attack rolls. Until the end of my next turn.
Oh, okay, okay. It doesn't like that.
I'm gonna spend a key.
You mean? You're mean.
Oh no! No! It does. After what it did, it deserves every ounce of this. Constitution save, please.
Constitution saving throw.
Of course. It took Zephyr out for a
That's
little bit.
all of
It's
6.
all this-
Wait, plus something. Plus 5. 11.
Stunned.
Damn.
Which also means it's incapacitated. Which means the grapple ends. As part of the grapple condition. If the grappler is incapacitated, the grapple ends.
Alright, grapple ended.
So as it lets go, Kaz with this newfound rage turns around to two of the guys that were hitting him. Given where I am and the way I'm gonna do this, it'll be the two. It'll be the two just behind me.
Okay.
The ones nearest Lagan.
Okay.
And that'll be a dexterity save from both of them as acid pours out in a 30 by 5 foot line.
30 by 5 line? Okay. So Lagon doesn't get hit.
Yep.
The mage gets 17 and the assassin gets all of dex save 7.
So the assassin is taking 11 and the mage is taking 5. That's already taking their save or fail into account because it was 11 for the 11 acid damage that I rolled. Now, for the one in front of me that's stunned, because I'm to spend the key now.
Oh, it's this one
I'm going
with the whip that you stunned, right?
Yep.
Okay.
I'm gonna spend a key.
Get it. Pop.
Thank you for advantage. That's a natural 20.
Oh.
It does help constantly when I can roll 2 dice and take the higher one on like 90% of my attacks.
It's true.
I'm skewing the odds very much in my favor.
Oh yeah,
here.
you are.
This
That's
does
monks.
not happen normally.
Monks do that.
And he is gonna take. Wow, maximum damage, 17 points of lightning.
Okay. Yeah, that hurts.
Is he still up?
Still up. He's hurting. He's still up.
Then let's make another one.
Pop.
No.
Nuh-uh.
No.
Nuh-uh.
No.
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 No, you didn't.
No.
No, you didn't.
I did. I
You did
fucking
not.
did.
Same dice?
I did.
Is it that
No,
same
I'm
dice?
actually using it. No, I'm using a different set. But it's right there. You can see it. This is a completely different set of new dice that I have never touched before today.
See, this is why balancing monsters is hard. You realize my pain.
Plants don't survive first contact with dice!
No, they don't. Especially when you have mojo luck.
It's save or suck for the entire board. This could go so south if that plane goes off again.
It really could.
15 points of lightning damage.
15 points of lightning damage? Oof.
Is he down?
Ouch. Nope. Hanging on by a thread, though. Is scorched. It is burned.
Then
It is slashed. It is ribbons. But still standing.
Then After he's finished kind of giving it the uppercut, the lightning uppercut of a lifetime, and after, very clearly attempting to melt her friends, there's a roar. If I actually had the ability to make a check, I would be like, hey, I would like to make an intimidation check, please, but I'm not going to do that right now.
If you wanted to spend your action doing that next turn.
I'm gonna laugh if your
No.
next action is just push them. That's it. 5 foot push, 5 foot move, 2d4.
Yeah. No, that's the end of my turn. But Kaz is gonna look back to Lagan, and yeah, Lagan, Kaz is not looking healthy right now.
But also, there's Vanya.
Yeah, she's moved her sword and going to slash the one. Because fuck this guy.
Fuck this guy who's right in front of you. Yep.
First one is a 16 to hit.
That's a miss.
Ooh. Okay. Offhand. Nat 20.
Yep. Get it, girl.
5 points damage.
5 point. Oh yeah, 5 points on.
Yep.
On your crit. Okay.
The third one. 22 to hit.
That'll hit.
Cool. And that is 7 points of damage.
Ooh.
And 1 stack of necrotic.
All right.
Zephyr is going to attack the same.
Okay. Get it.
18 to hit.
18 hits.
Okay. I can pick up my dice here. 11 points of damage, and he needs to make a strength saving throw.
Doesn't need to. Because Zephyr rips his throat out.
Good puppy.
Kind of jumps and attacks, and in that attack just kind of gets right up on the neck of this individual. And as soon as they hit the ground, Zephyr, it rips the throat out of this individual and continues biting and biting and biting until they stop moving. That one
Savagery.
Dunzo.
Just how we like it.
All right. Well, what you doing next, Vanya?
With
Zephyr, he can move.
Zephyr's gonna stay where he is.
Okay.
Real quick question.
Sure.
That just died within 10 feet of me, didn't it?
Yes, it did.
Yes.
So I'd like to do a reaction.
Yeah.
Yes.
Bring him up.
We're
as a
gonna
zombie.
use fungal infestation. It is now a zombie with 1 hit point.
How does this look when you do this?
So Zephyr's fangs end up ripping its throat out. Gore starts to pour down the chest. Suddenly the gore stops as what appears to be some kind of growth, a bit of plant life, maybe some kind of fungal spread, a moss maybe starts to go where blood should be, starting to pull out of the wound and starting to infest the chest, starting to end up coming out of the mouth, starting to come out of the wounds as it kind of lifts itself, or maybe it's being pushed by something else. It's like it's being puppeted more than anything. A puppet who's found new strings. end up designating that one as his. Since blue's still up, we're gonna bring back black.
I put the white one out, so.
Oh, wait, okay. And that is 1 out of 1 hit points.
But it follows your commands much like the others do.
Yep.
Until the animating spores just, cease to function.
And it'll be an hour before that happens.
But it's fine. That should be fine. That should be enough.
Yeah. I would like to do one last thing. Have Vanya give Kinlan a bardic inspiration if I can.
Bardic inspiration.
Because yes, he can use that on saving throws.
I was looking up help action just in case. Like, come on, no.
Yep.
That's a D4, right?
That's a D6.
D6 actually. On your next saving throw, you can add that D6
Mm-hmm.
if you would like to
It's,
spend it on it. Yep.
An ability check, attack roll, saving.
Yep.
Let's see
Here's
what
a
you roll
question.
first
First.
before it's worth spending.
Okay, so he can roll first and choose to.
Then
Yep.
choose to use it. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. You can use it after the roll, but before the result, the DM tells you the result.
Vanya, that is all for you, I think.
Yep, that's it for me.
Okay, well, brains.
Brain can't move. Brain has disadvantage on any attack roll it makes.
No, but it did recharge its ability. So, on a recharge, since that doesn't really require it to move much or do anything else, it's gonna Mind Blast again. It is a 60-foot radius, so intelligence saving throws, please, all of you.
7.
19.
Nat 20 for Vanya.
Okay.
For white, that is the white zombie, because I love that reference. That is.
Oh, actually, wait. No, hold on. No, it can't, because it's stunned. It's incapacitated, cannot take actions.
Oh, well, there you have it.
Oh.
No.
It
How
recharged
about
it.
no?
Thank you.
It
But it
recharged,
can't
but it
do
can't
it.
use it.
It recharged it, but
Well-
it can't do it. Okay.
Given how much damage that is, that probably would have nuked Zephyr, the zombies, probably Kinwin too, given that he hasn't had the chance to do jack and or shit.
Oh,
I'd
okay.
much prefer our other druid friend to stay alive.
Yeah.
Lethality, I will say that, before you had pointed that out, I did roll Zephyrs, and Zephyr got a nat 20 on that.
Whew, well, that's good to hear. The
Yeah.
puppet does not need to go down more than once in an encounter, but yeah, I prefer to keep the druid alive. Thank you.
I failed every single check, so right across the board. Nothing rolled over a 4.
Thankfully, it's
Yeah.
stunned, but
Thank you, Kaz.
and it can't move
Nope.
deliberately. Does it want to just fall into the tub? It's kind of where it's wanting to go.
Either way, I'm.
Wait, falling into the tub.
Yeah, because there's a tub of water underneath it.
Yep.
I don't even think it can do that because it can't move.
Willingly. Can it fall?
Is it levitating currently?
It's kind of swimming in the water right now.
Then no, it can't. It can't sink because sinking. It's weird, but technically it's willing movement
Oh, okay.
because it's still alive.
Okay. Well,
It's
just kind of
once
floating
I-
there. It's kind of like
once
submerged
I
like
turn it
10
into
feet
a-
of itself into the water.
once I turn it into a corpse, however, then it can sink all it wants.
I suppose. Well,
You
I'm just
tried.
gonna make everybody step on D4s. That's.
that's essentially what spike growth is.
Couch up.
Step on some D4s.
Hey, you get some metal ones. Those mofos hurt.
I have metal dice. Yes.
I've had a metal d4 go through my foot. Would
Yeah.
not recommend.
Ow.
Yikers, indeed.
Yeah, ow!
Ow.
Jesus.
My foot, just thinking about it. Okay, well,
Yeah.
brain can't take a turn. So it's Madral. Madral, what are they doing? What can they do? I know what one of them's gonna do. One of them is going to cast Dispel Magic on the spike growth. And is spike growth 3rd level or lower?
Depends on what level it's cast at.
Oh, you're muted, Derek.
Spike growth is level 2.
Level 2? Okay. Then it is instantly dispelled. That's the first mage. Second mage. What's it gonna do? What does that do? It's not great. Okay. So if you're going to make some difficult terrain, it's going to make some difficult terrain too. So it is going to cast a spell. And it is casting it on right here for Cause and for Lagon, and that is Avarge Black Tentacles. The creature affected enters the area for the first time or starts its turn there. The creature must succeed a dexterity saving throw. So dex save, please, both of you.
Dirty 20.
That's a 24.
Okay. Well, okay. You have successfully avoided it for the time being. But that square right there is difficult terrain now.
Well, does the assassin need to make a save too? Like the assassins and
Yeah.
stuff? They get caught?
Yeah, because it's not. I don't
Doesn't
get to
discriminate.
pick. Yeah, it doesn't discriminate. Well, that one's restrained. He done fucked his buddy over.
What about the other one right next to me?
Oh,
Is that
gee,
also
it's
with the
a
spread?
repeat of last week.
I think, yeah, both of these two would be making the save. Wait, hold on. Okay, so it does take damage as well. It's not looking good. That one's restrained. And then that mage also needs to make a save. And that one saves, thankfully. Alright, well, there you have it. He bludgeoned and, and restrained one of his own friends. but it's these tendrils that kind of come up and kind of look like hair that have kind of wrapped around this drow. Very dark black hair that just kind of restrains and is restricting this drow's movement. Can't get out. Then I think that's all of my turn. Well, actually, this guy can attack, 'cause I think he's got an attack left he could do. Which is at
Was he
advantage. 'Cause
restrained, or was it the other one?
oh, that's the one that's restrained, so it would be at disadvantage. But it would be at advantage for flanking, so it's a normal roll.
Then he's gonna attack me, I'm assuming?
Yep, because you're looking the most hurt right now. That's dog water. That is 11.
Miss.
Okay. Well, that's the first attack. Second attack. That's cacked. That's also a miss. Other guy gets attacked. Said he's at advantage because he's not restrained.
Let's just quickly check something. Because restrain is your
Attack at disadvantage. Yeah.
Yeah. Just check now. Just checking the rolls on flanking.
Rules on flanking are across from each other.
Incapacitated.
Yeah, incapacitated doesn't count, which is like downed and everything.
Down, stunned, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, he does have advantage.
That landed in the thing. Oh, that advantage was a natural 20. Oh, no.
The dice give it, and the dice take it away.
Coffee.
How much damage are we looking at?
Oh no. Oh no. I don't like this. You know I don't like this. A measly 8.
I'm still up. Barely.
A measly 8 damage. Whew. It was not a good swing. But that's all their turns. Lagon.
I am going to reach out and slap Kaz
Slap cause.
with a third level cure wounds. So, whew. Okay,
Spicy.
that is going to be 29 points of healing back to you. God damn it, that was my act. Fuck, I wanted to
Yes,
do
it
more.
was.
Well,
And-
you have a floating cloud of fuck everything in that direction.
Requires an action to use that, though.
It requires my action. It requires my action to use it.
Oh. Hey, you
My
have a spiritual
bonus
weapon.
action, my spiritual weapon is going to move its 20 feet to get as close to me as it can.
Yep. Anything else?
That's it, unless any of them are stupid enough to hit me.
They have not been so far.
Sorry, they've been trying to pound on me.
Yep. Your food.
That's the best I can do.
They've seen you in the food stores. You're supposed to be in the food stores.
I'm making sure he's not.
Brings us to Kenwin. Kenwin, intelligence saving throw, please.
And don't forget, you do have that extra D6 if you need it.
You're muted. I don't hear you.
18?
18 will save. But that's the end of your turn. You have your faculties
Don't worry.
back.
If I have my way, it's not making another mind. Ever.
All right. Brings us to
So I
Ari.
just like stretch out my limbs and shake them a bunch from being paralyzed or so.
Just like, man. Well, Arya is probably going to move over this way. And let's see, what is she going to do? What do?
If Arya has any spells called delete the enemy, I'd suggest casting those.
Okay.
Delete. Yes.
So, here is how this is going to go down.
No, it's Arya's turn, not Alira.
Sorry. My brain.
Your brain do the thing. It's fine. Okay, can't do that yet. Okay. Let's see, what is she gonna do? She has a sacred flame that she can do. She's gonna do that at the brain. The brain needs to make a dex save, and it's a fail.
Which it'll fail automatically because it's stunned.
Yeah, there's that. Which I believe is a 2d8 at this point for sacred flame.
Also,
9.
Derek, to answer your question very quickly, strength and dex on the brain. It'll fail them all. So if you got them, throw them.
All right, that's her little action. Then we got some mind flayers. Yeah, they don't. Man, all clumped together. And if they move, they hurt. It's difficult terrain in it. Yep. So they would only be able to move half their movement.
Go on.
None of them are close
Mind
enough.
blast. Do it.
None of them are close enough. Although, one of them can mind blast in this direction and really take only collateral damage. So I need Alira, Zephyr, Vanya, Arya, Kinwin, and 2 Drow. No, 1 Drow to make a intelligence saving throw. Yep, that's a fail. That is going to take damage.
Anya
give them-
and 15 for Zephyr.
Okay, DC 15, so you pass.
8 for Alira, and 2 for the zombie right beside me.
Okay, so both are stunned.
How'd Kinwin go?
Is 15 good enough?
Yep, 15 to
15
pass.
is.
And those who did not pass will be taking 48 of damage. Where'd my other D8 go? Did I not pull another one? I guess I didn't. Nope, here it is. That's 18 points of psychic damage. That's also on that Drow Magician, who is not looking so good.
White Zombie's down. And you said
Oh, you mean
18
blue?
points?
Oh no, yeah, white is down.
Yep. And
Yep, 18 points. Okay, well, that's stunned. So, yep, that's where we're at right now. The others, however, see how badly hurt the things are and don't want to kill their food. So they're there instead. Going to just stay put for the time being. Okay. Which brings us to Alira. Start of your turn. You are stunned.
I drool on myself.
Intelligence
Which is
saving
fine
throw.
because that's how they found me. Does a 14 make it?
No, just barely miss.
Nope.
All right. Kaz, your turn.
Right. One of them next to me. Trained.
Real quick.
Uh-huh.
I may be stunned, but my command still holds true for Big Blue.
Mm-hmm.
Blue, what was the last command?
It was a continue with the flanking attack.
Attack.
I have
Okay.
not changed the order.
Yep, then roll the attack.
And it still has flanking, right?
Yep, still
Yeah,
has flanking.
I'm there.
Does a 22 do it?
Yeah, it'll do it.
Okay.
And that's on the drow with the weapons.
Yep.
The assassin.
The assassin that's really, that you, by your own terms, has been slashed to ribbons.
That's 9.
That's donezo on that one. Your zombie pulled through on that guy.
Oh, Big Blue!
Thank you. No, seriously. Thank you, because you just saved me from attack opportunity.
And zombie's gonna use its movement to shamble into another flank. Because that's what it was commanded to do, to roll the flank.
Yep. All right. You have flanking on a new individual, a magician, Kaz.
Yep. Just as a question, how far am I away from the brain?
You are roughly 30 feet. And a beeline's 30 feet, like 35 with your movement.
I mean, I have flight, so...
Yeah, you have your wings on.
Yeah. So, the one that's restrained behind me is getting punched in the face for its insolence.
Pop. Get it.
Good thing I have advantage because it's restrained. That's a 26.
It'll hit. That is that one.
And it's going to take 11 points of lightning damage.
It is gone. You
Now
see that the zombie kind of crushes in and caves in the skull of one of them, and you turn around and pop it with your fist. Turn around and pop the other one with your fist, both of which just kind of explode in a slurry of just guts.
And then the one that the zombie is flanking is going to take the second attack.
Okay.
Of which I have advantage. That's cocked. 25.
25 hits.
And that'll be, wow, 11 points of damage. Lightning damage, in fact.
All right. Anything else from your cause?
Yeah. I'm gonna fly 45 feet to land on top of the brain.
You will get an attack of opportunity on you.
What from?
The mage.
Sure, the mage can take an attack of opportunity.
That will be... 19 to hit.
That will hit barely. So I'll take some damage.
All of 3 damage.
I'll take a nick. That's fine.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna land on the brain as a bonus. I'm gonna spend a key.
Mm.
Don't you remember, you abomination? I asked you if you could feel fear. First punch. Slam.
Alright, go for it.
And it is stunned still. Until the end of my turn, so I will have advantage.
Yes, you do.
23.
23. That'll hit.
I'm gonna spend a key. Constitution save, please.
Constitution save. Nope, that's an 8.
It's stunned.
No.
7 points of damage.
That is 12, sorry.
Still stunned. 7 points of lightning damage. Second attack. Yes. Natural 20!
Hey, let's throw some mojo dice in the chat. Hell yeah.
£16 of lightning damage.
Oh, lordy.
As the other fist slams in, the crack of thunder echoing off of this one. The first one was just you just hear the little, the little crackle of energy. The second one has a thunderclap behind it. And whilst it's not mechanically attacks, you see his fists aren't stopping. They're just speeding up, just boom, 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 slamming into the top of this thing over and over and over.
Alright. Well, I think that does it for your turn, Kaz, doesn't it?
Yep, that's my turn.
Vanya.
Oh boy. What to do? Kaz should have a good enough dex to tank whatever I could do here.
Yeah, possibly.
Do it.
Hail of Thorns, level 3.
Hail
Fuck this.
Thorns.
Alright. Initial hit.
Also, Raven, just roll the damage. It automatically fails the dex save.
Oh, it does. Nice.
Because it's stunned!
Initial hit's 25 to hit.
Yeah, that'll hit. It's a big
Alright,
blob and it's slow. It doesn't move hardly at all.
Initial hit is 10, and since it does automatically fail that save... Wow. 11 points of damage from Hail of Thorns.
Alright. Fantastic.
From
Nice.
me?
How dare you?
27 dex save? Evasion.
Evasion. Whatever evasion does, I think it's half.
If I would make a dex save, it's half on a fail, no damage on a success.
Hell yeah.
So basically, what you see him do for this evasion is pull up one of the flaps of this brain's grey matter just to take all the thorns for him.
What'd you roll for that save?
27.
It was a 27.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, no, the save was
Probably beats out your save by like 12 points.
yeah.
I have a +9. Max dex and dex
Yeah.
proficiency. Once I hit level 14,
Yeah.
it'll be proficiency in everything, including death saves.
Oh.
Because it's the only way to get proficiency as death saves is
Monk.
if you get proficiency, something that gives you proficiency in every save gives you proficiency in death save. Because they are a saving throw, just not tied to an ability.
And oh wait, I get a second arrow actually.
Yes, you
I
do.
forgot. I kept forgetting about that. Holy shit, it's getting another arrow.
Hell yeah.
23 to hit.
That'll hit. Like I said, it's big, it's massive, it's slow.
And that's gonna be max damage at 12 points. Now for Zephyr. Lagan's still got a guy in front of him.
Yes he does. He's a magician.
Zephyr's gonna move up to that guy.
Zephyr knows what to do.
Yes.
Zephyr, kill!
25 to hit.
Hits.
Need to make a strength saving throw, please.
Damage.
11 points of damage.
Yep. Another rips his throat out. It's a little far for you to use your reaction, though, Alera.
Valera's stunned.
Oh, she is.
And it's also only once a long.
Ah, fair. All right.
I
well,
believe.
that is Dunzo McGunzo on that guy. All right. Yeah. All right. Well, there's the brain, and he's stunned.
How about a big fat slice of nada from him?
Moving on. Look
Don't-
on.
Don't want to hear it.
Well, my spiritual weapon's going to continue moving its 20 feet closer to me. These three Illithid on the dais are all within 5 feet of each other. The blue one, the black one, and the white one.
Yeah, if you, yeah, these three are within each other, and
Okay.
kind of more or less on these ones too.
Oh, I'm seeing what they can do, and I don't want them around anymore. We are, yeah, I'm gonna do it on them because if I hit the brain, then I'm fucking Kaz. So, call lightning again, centered on the black one in the middle
This one here.
to get the two on the other side of him.
Okay.
Those dexterity saving throws, please.
Dexterity saving throws, please. So those three. That's a fail on all of them.
Okay, 4d10. Holy shit, that's gonna hurt.
Is it 40?
No, it's only 36, but yeah, it's gonna hurt.
Yeah,
Lightning.
yeah, that one's gone.
Oh, only 36. Only.
Yeah, only 4 damage. Only 4 damage off the max roll on 40-10.
I
The average
couldn't
of that
roll
is
any-
22. That's
9,
amazing,
9,
dude.
8, 10.
Yeah.
The others are barely even standing.
And I will start moving up the dais, but I will not get up to the top of the dais.
Okay. Well, it's not exactly in a state where I can actually put the characters on there.
No, I see how you have it. I understand what you were going for. He's starting to move up, but he knows that the spike growth is still up top, so he's not trying to get up there.
Mm-hmm. He's like
So-
right on the very tippy top edge.
He's just like right on the edge, and that's as far as he's willing to go right there.
Okay.
And then that's my.
All right, Kinwin.
You actually get to do a thing!
Yay!
Yay!
Bring it home,
There's
Simon.
already a
Bring it
giant.
home.
All the minis on the dais animate.
Most of them, except for this one. This one's Kaz.
Yeah, and technically he's on top of the brain. Like it's this thing
Yeah,
in the
he's, like,
pool.
standing on top of it.
He's like kneeling on top of it, literally punching this thing.
And this thing is
For my spell.
probably about like
Uh,
10, 15 feet sunk into the dais anyway.
Well, I guess I'll just cast Call of Lightning over the big guy.
Call
So I
Lightning
don't
on
hit him.
And there's already already conditions that are
that are present.
that are gonna allow for that.
Yep. So all you need to do is concentrate. Yeah. So you're gonna do a call lightning on the brain, big brain.
Yep.
Call lightning on the big brain is all of 3 for a dexterity saving throw.
Yeah, that's a 26.
Yep,
That's
that-
a,
that-
also, it doesn't matter what his saving throw is because he can't make them
No,
because he's stunned.
I forget.
$21 points of damage.
How much? 21? 21? Okay. It's pretty bloodied, and it's kind of got this black sort of ichor blood. Alright, well, bonus action for you, Kinwin?
No.
No? Okay.
Wait, is anyone hurt a lot?
Me.
Zephyr. Kaz.
Yeah,
Zephyr and
Zephyr and
Kaz.
Kaz.
Yeah. They're the ones who've taken the biggest hits.
Never mind, I switched my heal spells over to action, so no.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Yep.
well.
Fair enough. Alright. Well, that's it for Kinwin. Arya is going to Sacred Flame this guy. Because why not? Get him out of the way. That's a 4 on a dex save. And so he's going to take 2d8 damage.
Arya knows what's up. Protect Big Blue at all cost.
Yes. Ooh, that's nice. That was nice. 14 points of radiant damage. Just kind of mutters something, and these sort of white hot flames just kind of whoosh on the magician. And he isn't dodgy enough to get out of the way, so there you go. That's Arya, and we got some Mind Flayers. Well, cause you kind of stepped into danger. Well, you're on top of this thing, actually. You're not.
I'm on top of it.
Yeah.
The only thing they can hit me with is their mind blocks.
Which is a cone, which means they can target just you.
They can.
So that's what. That's what this one's gonna do.
Sure.
So I need you to make an intelligence saving throw.
That's a 17.
17 will pass. So nothing happens.
Yeah, tries to mind blaster to get the attention off the brain, and all the Illithid sees is this single-minded determination of this thing dies.
Well, since you're not stopping, another one's gonna do it. Intelligence saving throw.
That's a base 15.
Plus.
No, overall it was a 14 plus 1.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a pass.
Barely.
Barely.
Yeah, and they say, launch another one. He's not stopping. In fact, they're just making him angrier. He's just picking up speed. What? The sound in the room now is like akin to the rumbling of thunder, which goes really well with the rumbling of thunder above them.
Yeah. 3 of them had this. Yeah, the third one's gonna take another shot. Try and get you.
And that's an 18.
Yeah. They all failed. They all failed at their one job. Well, yeah, they're not moving because you guys are gonna start moving in. So that brings us back to the top of the round. Alira.
And let's see if I can continue to drool on myself. 16.
That's a pass.
What was it? A mind flare blast that you had, or was it
Yeah.
the?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that'll pass then.
All right. That eats up my action, correct?
Eats up
It's
your
ending
whole
your turn.
turn.
Eats up my
Ending
whole
your turn.
turn.
Yeah.
Okay. Zambi.
Zambi.
Zambi's right there in front of a magician that doesn't look triggers.
Rolls for a total of 9, unfortunately.
No, it's a miss. Sadly, blue missed. But, Kaz.
Just faster. Ever faster. Let's start with the attack. With advantage. That's a 23.
That'll hit.
9 points of lightning damage.
Okay. That's your first attack.
Second attack. 28.
That'll hit.
11 points of lightning damage. Yes, 11 points of lightning damage.
Okay.
Spend a key.
Okay.
2 more.
2 more. Pop, pop.
Natural 20.
Get it. Get it, son.
And that's maximum damage of 17 points of lightning damage.
Hell yeah.
How's this thing looking?
Beat up. Still hanging in there, though.
More! Last attack. 25.
That'll hit.
For 8 points of lightning damage.
Okay. Okay.
Spend a key. Constitution save.
Can it actually pass the Constitution save this time?
We're kind of hoping not.
Kind of want to plap you with tentacles. I mean, come on.
No.
Ooh, that's a 20.
Yes. Damn it. Okay. It's not stunned.
Vanya.
And there is a call from Cars like, this thing isn't going to stay put. Hit it. Hit it now.
Yep, that's Hailthorn's level 3.
Hailthorn's level 3.
It does get a dex save this time, though.
Yeah, unfortunately. So initial hit
And I make mine with a 17.
is a 24 to hit.
That'll hit.
Initial damage is 10.
And the dex save is an 8.
Fails, so it takes full damage. 25 points of damage. And then, you're taking half, Fatality.
I'm taking none.
Oh, fair. That's right.
Evasion!
Evasion is a
Again,
reaction,
it's
right?
just... Nope, it's just, if you would make a dexterity save, if you fail, you take half, if you succeed, you take none. And so you see him just pull up another flap of the older print and just shoulder forward.
Second arrow is a nat 20.
Alright. Get it. Get it, girl. Get it, girl.
Math sucks. 18 points of damage.
Yikers. Alright. It's looking pretty rough.
Zephyr is going to move in on that last guy standing, giving the zombie flanking if he can.
Yeah, they're allies.
Yeah.
That's 25 to hit.
Yeah, that'll hit.
That's 10 points of damage. And it needs to make that strength saving throw still up.
Yep. That is a 17 plus something.
It succeeds at it. The save is only like 11.
Okay.
That's it for me.
Okay. My turn. You're all getting... Well, no, actually. Oh, I forgot about that. Damn it. Okay. Well, that being said, yeah. We're getting some mind blasts kind of centered on, like, the radius. I mean, it's a radius from itself. So, all of you, make an intelligence saving throw again.
Vanya is 19.
19.
19.
Hell yeah.
And Zephyr...
No, 19.
No, 19.
I just...
19.
Six.
Zephyr's a nat 20.
Zephyr's not 20. Kinwin got a
Poor
6.
Kinwin got a 6.
Oh no.
Oh no!
Does mean he loses concentration on his lightning spell.
Yeah.
What about
Blue is -2.
Ooh, and Arya took it too.
Zombie not smart.
That does mean some damage. I need some D10s for some people. Uh, 35 points of psychic damage to those who need to take it, which would be those who failed.
Did Blue pass?
Arya is down.
Oh.
Or get her.
Blue did not
Alright.
pass. Nope.
Who did not pass?
No!
19. 19.
Oh!
So close.
Oh,
That would have been amazing. Like, he just can't kill a goddamn zombie.
Alright. So, who was it that failed? Kinwin and Arya? And who else? Was it
Yep.
anybody else? Nope. Okay. The rest of you saved. The rest of you don't take any damage. It is pissed. Pissed.
Good.
does mean that the Drow magician has things that they can do. Actually, Zephyr and Lagon need to make dexterity saving throws because they walked into the tentacles area.
That they did.
I left that.
Oh,
It was kind of centered like right here.
Yeah, but I left that getting up to the top of the dais.
Oh yeah,
yeah,
that's right.
yeah,
You're
you're
not-
going up the dais.
You're not actually there.
Wrong
It's
guy.
just there for placement.
Oh, Zephyr entered that space though, so he needs to make a dex save.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I believe in Zephyr.
17.
17 will pass.
Good boy.
Yeah, he's up.
Rip his throat out, Zephyr.
Good boy, good boy.
That's the plan.
Yeah, Zephyr's not much that big of a threat. He's going after Lagon instead. So Lagon, you're getting stabbed in the back by a magician.
Yeah. Since he's moving
Maybe.
around Zephyr, does Zephyr get an attack of opportunity?
No, because he's still within his threat
Yep.
range.
He never left it.
Damn. It was worth a shot, though.
Unfortunately, them's some Pathfinder rule.
Blam, 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 blam. Blam, 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 blam. 19 to hit.
9. No.
9.
9.
9. Okay.
Nine. Yet. No.
Yeah.
Yeah. Alright. Well, that does it for all the drow that are left. Alright. Brings us to Lagon. You got a dude on your tail.
Not for long. So my spiritual weapon is going to move up so that he's kind of trying to flank with Zephyr
Okay.
and take a swing at this dude.
Yep. Doesn't get flanking though, because it's not a creature.
I know. But it's still going to take the swing.
Swing, swing.
So 23 to hit.
That'll hit.
And let me check real quick, make sure I'm doing this right. 12 points of force damage. Wait.
Yeah.
No. 8, 15, 20 total.
20 points.
Yeah, 20 total, I believe. Let me check something really quick.
Okay. It's still
No,
up.
that is 12. That's only 12. My apologies.
It's still up.
All right. I don't care, because I don't think he's going to hit me anyhow. Okay. So, let's see. Where's the biggest concentration of these guys that are within 5 feet of each other?
These two, but yeah, these two really, not really much.
You can
much
strike the
else.
brain.
All right. They're yeah, because the other dude's dead, so yeah. All right, they're going to be getting the call lightning on them. Bless you.
Pardon me. Yep.
I understood every word of that. Undercommon is a language I understand.
Dex saves for those two. That's cacked. Yep, that's a fail on both.
Okay. Only 31 this time.
This guy's donezo. The other is hanging on by a literal thread.
Oh, there's like 3 of those up there right now, so...
Yeah, all 3 of them are hanging on by a literal thread. They look like they're about to just fall apart. You blow on
And
them.
That is my turn. I'm just waiting for one of them to try and hit me.
Okay, so that's the god's turn. Kinwin, you're stunned. Again. Sadly.
Intelligence save.
Intelligence
Come
save
on.
fails. I love you, Odin.
Oh, this is a terrible fight for druids. The intelligence is not our best saving throw.
I've
It's a
been lucky.
dexterity save?
Intelligence.
Intelligence? Okay, that's a 16 then.
I believe it was a mind
That
flayer
was-
that caught you,
yeah.
right? Yeah, that'll pass. But that's your turn.
All right.
Or was it the brain that did that to him?
No, I think it was actually a flare.
I don't recall. I'm gonna give it to you. It's fine. All right. Arya is unconscious. Death
Rolling
save.
a death save.
It's a pass.
Someone may want to stabilize her.
Yep, these guys
I
need
plan
to
on it.
recharge. Let's see if they do for the mind flayers. One of them does.
Where's he gonna aim it? Is he gonna be stupid enough to aim it at me again? Come on!
No, I think he's gonna aim it at Alira and Vanya. So intelligence savers, guys.
Yeah, how about no? 19.
That'll pass.
Does 18 pass?
Yes.
It'd pass even the brain one too.
All right. Well, that's that guy. That guy who could do that did that and was not successful. Oh, what did they do? What is he gonna do? What is he gonna do? This guy's gonna move over. Looks like he's gonna meet you, Lagon. He's not really moving all that much. This guy, though. He doesn't want to move because as soon as he does, he's gonna get poked and he's gonna go down. She's not moving! Alira!
Alira's going to run or make the movement to the diocese. Not blotting out the sun in the process.
That's already being blotted out by
I
Lagon.
am going to cast. I am going to actually do something interesting. I'm going to cast Healing Word as on a Arya.
An Arya? Okay.
Yep.
Arya.
That is going to be 7 points of health back, bringing them back.
7 points of health.
Yep.
All right.
Get it back on that field.
Yep. They're back.
And what looks like the weakest target? The one that looks like it's about to go down?
Kind of all of them, really?
Alright.
All of the elected that are standing.
Yeah,
All
all
right.
of them do.
I'm gonna go for the one in the back lane. Yeah.
This guy here?
Yep.
Yep.
And I'm gonna cast Chill Touch.
All right, make an attack roll.
That is going to end up being +8, 22.
Hits.
And that is going to be 2d8, 4, and 6.
Yep, he's gone. He was gone with that first 4. All right.
As you kind of end up observing the ground itself, whatever mildew or what have you ends up reaching up, grabbing hold and tearing at the ankle, tearing this thing down. It starts to consume him, dragging him, as almost like one is pulled down and the other is elevated by the very fungal growth that just infest this place simply by Illyria's presence.
Pulls
She
him down into the
walks.
spikes too. Yep.
She walks up to end up seeing this creature being pummeled. Its time has come. The infection begins.
Beautifully done. Beautifully done. All right, Kaz, you are standing on a gushy brain.
I haven't stopped thunder punching this thing. I'm not gonna stop thunder punching this thing. Although, there will be a sword attack in the middle.
Okay.
So, let's start with the sword attack, shall we?
All right.
You didn't.
I did. It's a natural 20.
How many dice have you rolled tonight?
He's rolled
Half a
6.
dozen. Half a dozen.
6.
How many dice have you rolled tonight?
6.
Like, no, how many actual dice?
Yeah, how many
Like,
actual d20s?
How many rounds?
Oh, like 4 or 5 different d20s I've tried?
No,
Out of my
I mean legitimately. Weight of dice. How many
Yeah.
d20s have you rolled tonight?
Oh,
I mean, he gets 4 attacks in a turn if he spends key for it, so.
Yeah, fair.
That,
and each one has
that-
advantage, so.
that'll be 19 points, minus 10 feet of movement speed, and disadvantage on all attacks until the end of my next turn.
You said 19? Okay.
Yep. Second one, because I can also aim it to hit one of the illithid with a line, hit end the brain with a line. I'm gonna replace the second attack
With one of your breath weapons.
with a beam of lightning. Could I get the middle illithid and the elder brain to make a dex save?
So, like this here. Okay. You're
Yeah.
kind of on top this here.
Yeah,
Well-
I'm firing it down through the elder brain and at the. It's a 30 by 5 foot line, so.
Right.
So if I'm aiming it down through, I should be able to hit both. I don't see why I couldn't.
Yeah. I'm just looking at the logistics of it. Yep.
Then that'll be a pair of dex saves, please.
Paradex saves. Brain makes an 18, and the illithid makes a 6.
So brain passes and will take 5 points of damage. And the illithid will take 10.
And it is Dunzo McGunzo.
As you see this slash of the sword, kind of like a stick in an engrave almost, as Kaz and Lagan, because you're coming up the dice, you can see him. It looks like he might be engraving a rune into the elder brain with his sword. And he sees the illithid, the middle illithid that was there, and just kind of turns and goes, "Wah!" And this beam of lightning just turns it into dust. But now I'm going to spend a key, and there will be 2 more fists.
Boom, boom.
First attack. That one will miss.
Oh. You need a 10 to hit, my dude.
Yeah, it was a natural 1. I miss. The only way that I can miss against this thing, because I have a +9. If a 1 wasn't an auto miss, it would still hit. And that is a 27.
That'll hit.
And that's 11 points of lightning damage. How's this thing looking?
Haggard. Very. But you hear in your mind, all of your minds, this is nothing. We survived. Worse. You may destroy me, but the actual truth is, we are many. Do what you must.
The elder. Actually, this is audible. Above the din of the thunder, there is simply laughter, uproarious laughter from cars on the top of this thing. And he leans down. This thing doesn't have ears, but he's getting close to the matter, so it can quote unquote hear.
Then I will find and kill them too.
Alright. Does it for Cause's turn, I believe. Vanya.
Yep.
Alright. Arya is up.
She's healed. She hasn't gotten up yet, but she's healed.
Yeah. No, I'm gonna go ahead and use Cure 1 on her.
Cure wounds. Okay.
So I have to move over to her.
Yep.
That's 7 more back.
7 more. Okay.
Zephyr, on the other hand, is going to take another bite out of the, one dude.
Alright. Roll attack rolls.
Munch munch.
Munch, munch.
25. To
That'll
hit.
hit.
$13 points of damage, and he's got to make that strength saving throw to be still up.
Okay. That is 15.
He passes.
But he's also on his last legs.
And that's it for me.
Okay, so that does it for Vanya. The brain. Kaz, you have been a menace.
Yep.
You've been an absolute menace. It just wants to straight up attack you. So it's reaching out with one of its tentacles to do so.
Okay.
17 to hit.
Miss.
Fuck. Well, that's its one action. It tried to lash out and it could not land a hit. And then we have the last of the drow here. Going after
Dude, it's
Zephyr
pretty-
finds it to be an easier target.
I tried to hit Lagarde. Dink! Dog.
It's gonna be... 30-20 to hit?
Is it going after Lagan or Zephyr?
Zephyr.
Zah.
Yeah, that hits.
That is 5 points of piercing damage.
Okay. Still up, but barely.
Okay, it's going for attack number 2. That's 17 plus 2 is 19.
That hits.
That's 6 points of slashing damage.
And Zephyr's down.
Again.
Again. At least this one almost didn't kill him.
Yep. Yep.
Like the first time. The first time was a couple points off and just straight killing him.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's the last probably that we're gonna see of that particular mage. Lagan.
Alright. Well, spiritual weapon is going to smack him about.
Get it?
That's 22 to hit.
That'll hit.
And that is 13 points of force damage.
Yep, and that's the last we see of that guy.
And that was my bonus action.
Mm-hmm.
Don't know how much is left on the big dude. I'm going to cast... I'm going to drop my Call Lightning.
Okay.
And I am going to cast Beacon of Hope.
Okay. The cloud disappears. And a beacon of hope is centered around
Me.
the gun.
At 30 foot, it moves with me. For everyone in that range, that is not an enemy, there are advantage on wisdom and death saving throws. And if anybody uses any kind of healing, it automatically gets max hit points back from the heal.
Fantastic. Fantastic. You staying put where you are, or you can actually walking up to the top of the dais?
Yeah.
Near the top of the dais, isn't he? He's
No,
just
I'm at the top. I'm going to walk closer to the brain thing in the middle.
Okay.
And there is one illithid still there.
Yep. Which means
Then
Kai.
Lagan would... Sorry. Lagan would be getting in his space then.
In the illithid space?
Yeah.
Okay.
And that is my turn.
Alright. Kinwin. I think you are not stunned, but the
Not stunned.
You are the storm cloud that you had been using is dissipated.
Correct. Is there anyone that's really hurt?
Zephyr.
Zephyr's down. Arya is nearby to you. She's
And
prone, but
I'm-
she's breathing. She's alive. Within
I'm in
reach
some
of
pain.
you, though, no.
Alright.
Sorry, what was it?
You said they weren't in reach?
No, yeah, Zephyr is more than 30 feet away from you. Because you said you had cure wounds instead of healing word this time around.
If I heard correctly, there was an effect that if I cast a healing spell, the people
It's
will get
maximum.
Yeah, nearby to Lagnon, though. You're not nearby Lagnon.
Yeah.
It's within 30 feet of me. It's within a 30-foot radius of me, centered on.
Yeah, and Lagon's up here. You're all the way over here.
If what you're wanting to do is what I think you, and your action to dash up to get close enough to Zephyr, and do that on the next turn.
Yeah, because Beacon of Hope lasts a little while, so
Yeah.
you could spend this turn moving.
Yeah, it
hell,
lasts
you
for
could
a
e-
minute.
You could dash to get right up there, but you'd be on it.
Towards try to get into the middle of everyone, really.
You're looking to get in the middle of everybody. So like about
Okay,
right here.
no,
It's about like right there.
hopefully if I could get them all within 30 feet.
Oh yeah, everybody's within 30 feet of you. Even if you're just like right here.
Even if I don't know?
What's that?
You said even if I don't move, they'd be in 30 feet with me?
No, you'd have to move.
Okay, so then, yeah, I'll move.
Okay. Yep. That gets, yeah, everybody is within 30 feet of you or so. I think the only
the
one who
movement
wouldn't be
just-
would be Kaz, because Kaz is technically up here.
Yeah, Kaz is a little ways out, but that's okay. Because he's on top of the Elder Brain. Making it pay!
Okay. Can I do an action after a move?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. You can do those things in any order you like.
I'm going to cast mass range wounds on myself, which gives an area of 30 feet. A wave of healing energy washes out from a point of your choice, which I'm choosing as me. Within range, choose up to 6 creatures in a 30-foot radius in a sphere centered on that point. Each target regains hit points equal to 3d8 plus your spellcasting modifier.
Hell yeah.
And because you're in the Beacon of Hope, it will be
It'll be max.
it'll
max
be
health.
maximum, so it'll be 24 plus your wisdom.
So everybody gets 29, I believe. Are you 5 wisdom? 5 modifier wisdom?
28. 28.
28. Okay. Everybody in that range gets
Long as
20.
it's not more than 6 creatures.
Yep, which means that Zephyr's going to get 28, Arya's going to get 28 because they're the most hurt. Whoever needs it out of Lagan,
Zephyr is completely healed.
Alira, and Vanya. You can
Lyra can take 18 points of healing.
Yeah, basically everyone gets it except
Kaz.
Carl, because
Yeah.
he's up on the top, but that's okay.
Which also brings Arya up to full.
Vanya's up to full, Zephyr's up to full.
That's why Lagon's standing up here and did that.
Does that work for me too? I get healed as well.
Yep, if you need
Yeah,
it.
Yes. Yeah, you get that as well.
Yep. So
and
the,
that'll be 6.
the creatures that have used it are Alira, Zephyr, Arya, yourself, and 2 others.
Alira,
Not
yeah,
it.
Alira and Vanya then,
Yeah.
Okay.
and that's 6.
That's 6. All right.
You just undid damn near everything these guys had
Had thrown at us.
Yeah,
With the
yeah,
exception
yeah,
of
yeah. Kidwin casts one spell and basically everyone's back at full.
Yep.
Let's
Yep.
do it again.
Do it again. Arya.
But I'll never get Big Blue back.
Arya is pissed. She's getting up. And she's...
Power of 5th level spell.
Yes. Mass Cure Wounds is great. Yeah. Arya's pissed. She is going to cast Fireball one more time.
And Kaz looks at her like, do it.
So this thing needs to make a dexterity saving throw.
So do I.
And she's gonna kind of center it to where it gets Lagan, and the other Illithid, just to
No
finish
worries.
them off. So there's 2
That's the
dex saving
natural
throws, and that's packed.
For a total of 21.
Both
22.
of them fail. So how would y'all like to see this done? Since Arya is the one doing this.
Arya cast it where it gets both of them, and they just fry where they are.
Full radiant immolation happens.
And there's a special thing that I've got in mind for the Elder Brain, given I'm on top of it,
Mhm.
and I have evasion. The flames cook this brain, this grey matter, this floating meat,
Disgusting.
and probably probably met any and all tadpoles that are in the pool beneath it. But the exceptionally pissed, bloodied dragonborn on top is not done with this thing. The flames that would have cooked him instead swirl in a sort of vortex around him, and he slams both of his hands into this cooked meat, kind of using his legs as leverage well to kind of, and his flight to pull it forward and upward into the air, and then using those flames, the ones that Arya had created, and using some that were still remaining inside, he grabs those using a technique, one of what he would call part of the fire dragon style, and he tears this thing in half. Unfortunately, there's going to be an explosion of cooked brains everywhere.
Lagan is not is unperturbed by that. So wouldn't you know it? The first time I take damage in this game, it's friendly fire. So how much damage did I take from the fireball?
Oh, hey, can I get some enemy fire? Is friendly okay?
I just want to know.
You passed your saving throw?
Yeah, so it's half damage.
Yeah, it would be 11 points halved. Or 11 points is the half.
Okay. So 11 points.
Yep. To those who needed to take some damage.
I did.
That's fine. I didn't need to take it, but I was willing to take it. That's why I said go.
Yeah. The dust settles. And you're left with a bloodied room full of ash, ichor, the bodies of dead people.
Loot the corpses!
Do you remember that? Do you remember who you're talking to? That means
Yeah.
something completely different. You're taking all the gear of the corpses? No, we're just taking the corpses. Wait, what?
You have my sword, and my axe, and my bro, and your brother!
And
I just-
Lagan will... Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Lagan will go retrieve his drift globe.
Yes. You command it to shut off, and it floats back into your hand very daintily.
And at this point, it will just be a small little 20-foot radius light. Again.
Tars is going to make sure that nothing comes back out of here. And using
I have
the
a
final
spell for that.
using the final breath, he's going to bathe the pool of brine in fire, basically boiling it and everything in it.
It's safe to assume that anything that if there was anything in there is now gone.
Lagan wants to wait until they're at least out of this room to do what he's wanting to do.
You see a slew of drow weapons. You see a slew of corpses that are in drow armor. You see illithids that are unarmed, in robes of some kind. You see very little in the way of actual tools aside from what the Drow use.
Did they have any spell components on them?
Yeah, it very, very much in the vein of nothing of any kind of monetary value, as far as the book is concerned, mechanically. Just bits and bobs, for channeling some casting and things like that, which your holy symbol already takes care of anyway.
Right. No,
Yeah.
I was just thinking if there's anything of monetary value that we
Nope.
could use. But
Nothing of any monetary value, no.
okay.
No, you get the distinct sense that they were running out of even those kind of resources. Like, everything had been spent. This nest was on its last legs anyway. So they were either going to make a last stand or have to retreat. And so here you are.
I will cast sending to the matron of the Drow.
Mm-hmm.
I believe we have completed the task you set to us. And once we leave this place, I'm going to bring the roof down on top of it.
Return to the city. We will discuss reward.
Scheiße. And you would literally hear Lagan be saying Scheiße. Even if you don't know what it means, you know from the tone he's not happy. She says if we return to discuss rewards with us. The matron.
Do we want to go back?
I don't know. I don't know if we have the time. I don't know how much time we had.
On a time crunch.
We were trying to get through all of this under the mountain and back where we needed before the snows closed the passes up top.
Cause you have no sense of what even time of year it is.
From what you're getting, it's late fall, early winter, potentially.
Based on what he said.
Given the area, even if you don't know that yeah, snow will be falling soon. I'm sure Alira has no comprehension of what snow is at all.
Alira can't follow this conversation because if you're going to speak clearly to everybody else in the room, it means she's exempt.
Vanya is trying to translate with Elvish, but there's only so far that can go.
Yeah. Like an immediate response is, "What's a snow? No, what's a snow? How many legs does it walk on?"
And to that question, Vanya is just going to use minor illusion to show her.
Some kind of spore from the sky.
About the closest thing that you can think of that would act in this way, yeah.
Yes, and it's very much cold, and can really make things difficult.
Old plant.
Not a plant; it's frozen water.
We can.
Much like what you did earlier in the battle, but instead of being solid ice, it's frozen, but not completely solid. It still has space between. It's lighter.
Lesson when we're in city. Right now,
She looks over this vast pool that I imagine is still steaming at this point after it
Oh, yeah.
being brought to a royal.
It smells a little acrid.
Breathing it in. There is little time left.
Similar to what you had been stewing in, more or less.
You came here for Queen. Yes?
If that is your
Yeah.
matron,
And so, he bid you return. She bid you return.
Vanya, you're the only one that can respond to this.
Yes, she bid us to return.
Return. Then return we shall. Bring what you can. And you see that, if anything, right now, Lyra is studying the architecture of this type, like the whole thing. The technology is foreign, but she's been around this a little bit longer than you might think. And I am trying to see if there's anything to deduce as far as just trying to piece anything together, any useful information she might be able to bring back, because here as I know, this is the only time Mama Brain has ever been actually taken down.
That's so far as you know. Yeah. That means
So I'm
that
trying.
the people that are with you must be powerful somehow. Powerful as you.
Which Vanya would have translated that last part to everyone else.
And at this point, Alira is speaking in a very slanted style of Elvish. We take what we can. Bring for the future fight. Let it be ended proper. Sharpened spears become a grave matter, yes?
Yes.
Good. Is good. She starts to, that point, after we take what we need or anything of particular note, she's definitely looking about anything that's going on. For instance, she's trying to understand on how this thing might have ended up getting in here, as clearly there's no entranceway that would have ended up bringing it in, and it's kind of massive.
Yeah. All the entranceways are rather small, kind of illithid oriented. Go ahead and make an investigation check.
18.
All right. So you do kind of look around the space, and you do see that this particular pool underneath the dais is relatively large, and while you can't see into it very deeply because it is very, very foggy liquid, you get the sense that the bottom is not immediate. It does have at least 20, 30, 40, maybe more feet of depth. Maybe enough to house this thing. Maybe more. Maybe it is a bit of a breeding chamber for these things. Maybe you have no idea how it is that the illithids come about, or whether this thing procreates, or whether it's some kind of works like a plant or some other sort of weird thing. But this chamber is fed with water. It is fed directly with other tubes and things of that sort. You saw pods of a food storage nature. Who's to say that there isn't some sort of maturation chambers that that these things could also be, in order to, spawn more.
Now, to be clear, while this is brackish water, it is still water, correct?
It smells a little off, but it is mainly water. There might be other elements in it that you're not sure of.
It's like brine, if I remember correctly.
Like maybe a brine. It wasn't toxic to you when you were still, kind of submerged in it. And you didn't need to breathe while you were. So perhaps it's some kind of... It's weird, to be fair. And you didn't have to be fed like you normally feed. So maybe there was, feeding tubes and things like that were attached to you.
But I'm not getting the impression that if I go in there and purposely swim to the bottom, I'm going to end up finding like a large tube that this thing actually came from a completely separate chamber, and it might as well be just one big cavern just filled with this.
You get the idea that this nest was built around it being stationary.
Okay. I'm double checking. Or I'm pretty sure that was the case, but...
all evidence seems to lead you to... since this thing is so big, the source chamber was built around it, and then the rest of the nest was dug out to accommodate
almost
it.
Planted like a seed then.
In a way, yeah.
Very well then. And with that, Lyra is going to try and end up resting a moment. Is there anything else that needs to be done in here?
You gather up the short swords and the weapons from the fallen drow. Mechanically, the drow pistols serve as hand crossbows, but are energy fed.
Okay.
They work off of an arcane crystal. Otherwise, they serve as a hand crossbow that does not require ammunition. Just has a recharge period.
All right.
Their short swords are rather sharp. They're very, very well made. They're 2d6 short swords, so they mechanically have the same dice as a great sword, but shorter.
I would like to grab one of those.
Otherwise, are mundane. They are not magical, from what you can tell.
Yep. So I will end up making sure I am equipped thusly.
Okay. You have
weapons of my people.
You have weapons.
And I'm presuming that proficiency in their actual counterpart counts as efficiency or proficiency for these as well.
Yes. So if you're proficient in short swords, you would be proficient in these. Yes.
Specifically, it's the hand crossbow that I was more concerned about.
That too.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right.
All of that.
Yep.
If you have proficiency, mechanically they function as such.
You can see Kaz as he drifts to the floor, his wings dissipating, and the crystals returning to their spots. He does take basically flipping the sword around in his hand. It feels natural. It's not even like he's holding something, it's like an extension of his arm, almost.
It almost feels lighter than steel.
An odd material. Something to check when we get back to the city.
Yeah.
I know you all are pressed for time, but snow is a thing that can be solved. The wrath of a drow matron, on the other hand, is something I'd much rather like to avoid.
Well, I guess we're heading back then.
Yeah.
All right.
Lagan would pick up one of the swords if he could. He's already got one of their bows.
Vanya's definitely picking up swords.
Okay. They are mundane. They're not considered magical. So just so you're aware.
I mean,
Yeah.
That's fine.
we've run into enough of these and things that basically everyone could have one. And
Everyone could have one if they wanted. Yeah.
yeah.
And probably picking up a body or two of the drow to bring back to the matron as proof of their claims.
Well, how about instead I'm going to upcast animate dead.
And walk them.
And-
Walk them there yourself.
No, I'm gonna have the Illithid carry him.
Oh.
Okay. By all means. And Lagan sees you doing this and gets the idea of where you're looking and what it is that you might have in mind, and defers to you, Alira.
All right. So, gathering up what you are going to gather up and collecting yourselves for revisiting the matron. The way back is quiet. Maybe a sense of relief kind of washes over each of you. That pressing presence on your mind now gone. You feel as if a weight has been lifted off of your mind. It's no longer there. It can't reach you. It can't hurt you. It can't find you. It's gone. You no longer feel like something's watching you. And perhaps the most relaxed that you've felt since coming down here into this deep dark. So, you walk the several miles back to the city of the Drow. Alira, it's home, but it's grown since you've been here. The city is bigger, but it's still that same warmth.
How long has it been? A question that none of her newly found fantastical companions can answer. But still, even though compared to some down here, we are incredibly long-lived, I find myself mostly just trying to understand how much has things changed. Is anybody who knows her still around? She and her family left quite some time ago. There was to be a simpler life. That was before the Illithids had started to end up taking them. She tries to brush aside the thought of what transpired before succumbing. It's a memory, nothing more. The rest have already given back to the world of which they've already taken. That's what we do. Eventually, we all return.
You kind of march up the main road towards the palace. The same palace you remember, Alira. Where generations of matrons have ruled. You wonder, is it the same matron as when you left? Or has she been replaced by her daughter?
It's odd to think of such things. For me, it was little more than a few moments ago. But the way this city has grown reminds me of algae.
The beautiful sort of bioluminescent lights, mix of nature and the arcane. You see a child kind of run across the road just as you're passing by. Kind of playing with a toy. Which you can assume is a toy because it makes funny sounds and they seem to be laughing.
One would have thought in these times, such innocence wouldn't be possible. I observe a moment, but of course we cannot allow the matron to wait. But walking these streets again, it is like coming home. But things have changed. There are marks here that have been here for quite some time. In others, it's indescribable if you haven't experienced it. Knowing a place so intricately for over 100 years, and then to know that it's capable of change is one thing. To suddenly miss all this change. Never mind. If we have to press forward, can't allow the matron to wait. I would hate to end up allowing her to grow impatient.
You walk up the street towards the palace. The guards at the door open the door as if expecting you, leading into the main sort of throne chamber where the matron, dressed in a silvering gown, her silvery hair sort of draping over her shoulders, her dark skin sort of illuminated in a soft sort of purple, the purple of the lights that adorn this lowly lit chamber. Crown made of gold and gems. Gems that would otherwise seem mundane, maybe, to the rest, but beautiful. As they may be plenty, but still a delight to look at. You approach, guards sort of lining the rest of the chamber as if to stand guard into perpetuity. They seem not to move, as if statues, blending into the stone. The matron stands, her gown sort of draping over her. Her silvery eyes kind of looking at you all. Her hands kind of folded before her. Welcome back. She says in Undercommon.
Though it is still my matron, not a successor.
From what you can tell, it is the same woman.
It has been far too long. Allow me to end up presenting Lucky Seven. A very powerful group.
So we've
They
met.
managed. Of course. They managed to slay the abomination that guided the hated enemy.
Good.
I might also introduce another, Kaz, who ended up leading the charge inside. Served as your hand of vengeance in this matter. Joining these other, I can't believe I'm saying this, surface dwellers.
Yes, I
We
can
managed.
hardly believe that anything could dwell on the surface.
It is something of disbelief even to me at this time, knowing that I had fought beside fairy tales, of all things. She lowers her head. Pardon, my matron, I forget myself. She then almost turns on a heel and moves herself to the side as though joining the crew, showcasing that she is a Guldrow, a servant of the matron, a member of house, and so would take a place appropriate.
Who can speak? She says in the very broken Elvish that you've come to know from Alira.
I can a little. And Vanya's
tell
gonna be
her.
responding back in Elvish.
Thank you.
We did what we needed to do. What we could do.
Must reward you.
And she'll translate that back to the others.
Use magic.
Yes. Several of us do.
Magic to speak.
At that point, she's gonna look at Lagan to, for tongues.
This is the last time I can do it. It's my last 4th level spell. I have no
Yep.
thirds and 1/4 left. I will cast
Yep.
tongues, so you've got an hour. Make it
Yep.
count.
Yep, we're gonna need the long rest again, but
When Lagan puts his hand on your shoulder, make it count. The last time I can do this.
That should be a little bit easier.
Yes, thank you. The Elvish that you and I speak is very different.
I've been trying to find common ground with it with Illyria.
Thank you for bringing her home.
We couldn't just leave her there. Not after finding out she was alive.
She has been missing for quite some time. Many cycles of the river.
It's a shame we couldn't save anyone else.
With that, you deserve some kind of reward.
If that is what you wish, gratefully accept it.
But I do not know what surface dwellers want. You are alien to me. Much as those creatures are.
And we in turn know nothing about what you have to offer. You're as alien to us as we are to you. Maybe there is a great deal to be learned.
Perhaps. What spoils have you brought?
And Vanya will start having the others lay out everything.
All of this is fairly common. You may take as much as you wish.
Logano's keeping the crossbow thing and the short sword that he picked up.
Yeah,
He-
Vanya's the short sword, but in
Yeah.
all this, he is kind of translating back to the others,
This is
so that it's not one-way conversation that they're hearing.
yeah, it's like a common foot soldier stuff,
Yeah,
basically.
pretty much.
Standard issue.
This was all we were able to procure from those that we were able to vanquish.
Well, that
From the
serves
look,
as...
sorry,
No, go ahead.
from the looks of things, they were on their last legs. We weren't able to make through many of the other chambers, but the ones we did make through looked like they had very little left of anything of value or of food stores. My
Desperation.
understanding, yes, very much so. It appears that the chamber we found, Alira and Kazan, may have been one of their last hours.
Used as
Everyone
puppets
else-
or eaten is what I've come across.
Was
They've been-
empty or with bodies of those long dead.
They have been doing this to our people for millennia. This is nothing new. But getting so close. That is what is disturbing.
That
But-
one will not.
That is no longer your problem. As you said, you are ridding yourself of this place, and I would sooner see you all leave. You cause disruption amongst my people.
We tend to do that.
Where don't we cause disruptions?
Fair points.
seem to draw that upon yourselves, then.
Sometimes, usually unintentionally.
You have a place you wish to be, yes?
What was that?
You have a
Yeah.
place you wish to be,
Yes.
and rather quickly, from my understanding.
Yes. We can beat the weather up on the surface. Be fantastic.
I don't know how accurate I can be about surface, but I can transport you to nearby tunnels. That would make your trip much easier. If that would suffice as payment.
I think
As
that
long as there aren't any of those brain things on legs.
You shall not have to deal with them ever again, hopefully. But I will ask that you maintain your silence and never return.
that's a promise.
Maintain silence of
Us.
your existence.
We are the safest if nothing else knows we are here. If the surface does have many individuals and creatures such as yourselves, eventually I will have to defend my people against the surface. But that is not today.
No. You could try reaching out in peace.
We are so far deep.
If it would help, I could make sure that nobody can get to the tunnels that we've used.
We already have measures in place. You do not need to worry yourself in that regard. I have plenty of able-bodied individuals. You need not worry about our fate.
But this I will keep. As well as these. Extending the bow and the sword.
And if someone were to ask you where you got them,
Special made.
I had a dream. Strange dream. Surprisingly came through.
A strike of inspiration for a mastercrafter to request.
well,
You will have our silence. But I would like to make something known. If I come across another proposal, it will die like the other one did.
the less
It
of these
said-
creatures on this world, the better.
It said we are many. But I have taught them fear. And I plan to continue to do such if any are unlucky. My
As I've come to expect of Dragonkin. And Giantkin. So, I have transport for you. It is rather instant.
Matron.
Yes, Alira.
Even if you were to end up guiding them to the tunnels, they are lost amongst them. You expressed a curiosity about the world and to know that if what the surfacers say is true, you cannot be blind to what is to come. Nor can you afford to keep your head down, knowing the ceiling might come down upon you, quite literally. All things in balance. A precautionary measure. Secrecy must be kept, I agree. But to turn a blind eye. Allow me to end up going in your stead. A single individual is an anomaly. Rarely worth the discovery of what is being said. If you would know, if you still would apply. But we can end up using this as an opportunity. So much has changed out here, and I now have the chance to end up walking with legends, with fairy tales. And I know them. I fought alongside them. Let me be your eyes. Let me accompany them. Surely, it is a wasted effort to have me climatize to the city once more.
It would never be a wasted effort. For a daughter of Marahel.
Let us have options on the table. Our people need to know. And there's little I can tell them now, for I've not been in this city. The risk to you is minimal. Been many rivers since last I walked in this city and its people.
You would be welcome home nonetheless. But if you are insisting, I will allow it. So long as you take with you a calling stone. You would have my ear alone. And no other prying ears. You will speak to me on what you learn.
Are these terms acceptable? She turns to the lucky seven.
If you choose to come with us, by all means.
Oh,
I would love to have you aboard.
I think this could be the learning experience of looking.
Then if you accept, you have my blessing.
she lowers her head in respect before leaving her post, what would be expected of her in this house of grace. To walk amongst the lucky seven. To be the first of her people to walk amongst the legends of dragons and giants. These are the kind of stories you end up telling your children, and you reminisce and relive every night.
The matron beckons you all to follow her to another chamber. A chamber that has a sort of carved arcane sigil into the stone. This I send you to our nearest and most outpost that I can think of, to the surface. It is an instant travel. One that I hope that is in the correct direction for you. Please, step into the sigil.
Anya will translate that for everyone else and then step up onto it.
Yep. And she goes
Rapidly.
next. Carl's will go next.
And once you
Just
all,
follow into the sigil.
once you all have, the matron begins to wave her hands in a sort of arcane sort of fashion, wishing you all a safe journey, especially to Alira. One of her people going to the surface. How odd is that? She finishes the spell, and instantly, as if you disappear in a puff of smoke, the earth sort of swallows you, and almost instantly redeposits that dust that you had become into your true form in another sigil. Very similar to the one she sent you on, but somewhat different. And you find yourselves at an outpost. Several guards seem to be there, minding their own business for a moment, but suddenly you appear and they're instantly at the ready. Who are you?
The matron sent us. She steps forward. These people have been granted safe passage. I am to guide them through.
He says a sort of undercommon swear word that basically amounts to fuck. She could have sent word ahead.
Time is of the essence.
Clearly.
So, do you intend to end up stopping us, or shall we end up moving on?
Move along. Just be wary. Remoraz are about.
Now that word.
Amoras.
You would know them to be very large, burrowing worms.
Very hot.
The hatchlings of which are very tasty.
True. True. I look forward to the opportunity.
how many, because the spell's still active, how many of you are familiar with the Remoras?
Oh, I don't know. Am I?
Am I?
Yeah.
If there's anyone who would have any chance at all of knowing what a Remoraz is, it's probably Lagon. But go ahead and everyone make me a. I think this is going to be a nature check because it's a monstrosity, but it is still something of the natural world.
Nature.
Dirty
you said.
20.
22.
29.
How much? 29 for Kinwin?
Yep.
Oh,
Plus
man.
10 in nature.
I'm presuming I don't need to roll on this one.
No, you're fairly aware what a Remoraz is.
Yeah, they end up speaking about it pretty commonly down here.
Yes. They're from what those on the surface would know about a Remoraz is that they build their nests in cold climates. And when you've done a lot of reading on the monstrosities of the world, especially those who might be somewhat near the forest, a Remoraz is a little outside of your specialty, but you've done some reading on such things. They are very large. In fact, they're probably some of the largest creatures, mountain-dwelling creatures that exist. They burrow deep for for safety and only really surface for hunting. If they need to surface at all. If they can find what they need underground for sustenance, then they will make their nests near such a thing. The for Alira, you know that this poses a great danger to Drow outposts because without much in the way of backup, these people would be on their own to defend themselves against a Remoraz attack. And they hunt any size creature smaller than them. Sometimes even eat the rock around them to better digest that which they consume. And so, they could swallow you whole in a moment's notice, and you would be succumb to your fate if you weren't the Lucky Sevens. Many of those serving on outposts know the risks. Many of which, on the surface, you know that in the mountains there is the possibility that, for those who are from the surface, they're large enough to swallow you whole and probably have no qualms in doing so. Small groups of people are pretty much their primary targets. Large groups of animals, pack animals particularly, are amongst some of their prey. Even to go so far as big as possibly an owl bear in one fell swoop.
Yes. It's often explained that a Remoras' diet consists of fruits, plants, small woodland animals, large woodland animals, woodlands, fruit groves, fruit farmers, and small cities.
Would not be far from the truth.
What step of our journey has not been fraught with perils?
Nothing new to us.
Remoraz. Great. I'm still covered
We are all still covered in the brain stuff said.
Well, why don't we take the time to rest up and then we'll go out?
You can
That
rest up
way
in the
we'll-
barracks.
It would be much
Yeah.
appreciated.
That would be greatly appreciated.
I'm very sore.
As like, you know, looking between everyone, I would be able to see that Kaz is clearly very bloodied, especially his knuckles. So they could probably, you know, as fighters, they could probably make the assumption of, yeah, he's pretty beaten up, but you should see the other guy.
Lagon, once we get to the barracks, we'll take the bags and begin, after washing his hands, trying to put together a meal for everyone.
At this point, Alira only wishes for a bath. Haven't had one in several rivers.
And
Yeah,
the
Kaz finally gets the chance to smell himself. Oh,
Yeah.
that bride was not doing us any favors. Oh, the sort of stink that makes your eyes warm, peels the skin off her, really peels the skin off your eyes. It's rough, really rough.
yeah, the hot spring tub. That ought to suffice.
Alira doesn't even hesitate. There's no thank you. There's no formalities. It is, look, I have waited a very long time. And
these women seem to be very much like, yeah, good idea.
Vanya's not far behind.
and I think with that, with everyone having themselves a bath in a hot spring underground
Mhm.
and getting bunks to sleep in the barracks, I think we will call this session for tonight.
What?
I thought I was gonna have to create water underground.
I've come to a conclusion of an interesting character quirk. I'm going to PM it to you right quick, Coffee.
Hell yeah, give me
Oh.
all the quirks. gimme. Yes. But
You know what? Given what they were stored in, that's exactly right. They were super grotesque, macabre pickles.
that hadn't quite pickled yet. You were still being kept unpickled.
Barely.
Barely. They were pretty close to slurping your brains out, let's be real. But
I figured that the two of you were the very last of the food stores and were about to be eaten.
well, the
so-
very last of the food stores, they also turned into puppets, so to try and take you guys down and actually like survive this, but yeah, that didn't work out. Oh well.
They met the fury of my fist.
One of many.
Some of them met the fury of my hammer.
Yep. Well, with that being said, let's cobble together some experience for you all. So, the way that I do things here on Rebirth is experience points are arbitrary and I'm the DM. So, I decide what the rules are for experience and how that all works. So, you all get 5 for showing up at the session. So there's your first 5 points to, well, second 5 points to Alira and to Kaz. Yeah, I think you guys did a fantastic job making Kaz and Alira into allies, defeating an abomination together, and progressing to the end of that particular dungeon. So I think you get all 10 experience from the session tonight.
Woot.
But there's also roleplay prompts, much like we do in Vampire, where the players decide amongst themselves who moved our plot the furthest, who had our best scene from tonight, or part of a scene, and who had the best line of the night. And of course, there's the audience favorite. Now, there are 6 of you.
Yeah.
The Twitch poll only allows for 5.
Boo.
That's okay, there's only 5 of us present right now.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah, I guess you're right. So you all get listed up on the poll. Never mind.
That's a concern for next
That's a concern for next time when specters are able to come.
Yeah.
So, out of our roleplay prompts for tonight, who pushed the plot?
I'm torn between Kaz with destroying that thing and Alira for getting the queen to help us get where we need to.
I will give it to Alira.
I will give it to Alira.
Yep.
I will give it to Kinwin.
You contrarian, you.
Being contrarian as he does. Alira, I think you get that experience point as a majority rule.
I think I'm. Yeah.
But we do love Kinwin. He is sadly the butt of some jokes. But I think Woden does an excellent job kind of rolling with the punches. You are a dream, and I'm sorry you spent most of this combat not in it.
No. I knew Kinwin's pain.
That's fine.
I was Kinwin last week.
Yeah, Alira was Kinwin last week, where she spent most of the battle entirely stunned.
That's nothing. This isn't the first time for
I
Kinwin.
just wants me to maybe try to find a magical item to protect me against paralysis, because that was pretty debilitating.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, it's not paralysis. That's the issue. They stun you.
Yeah.
Which
Stun
is
you
worse
has
because there's
multiple different effects in it. So.
Oh, paralysis is worse, but paralysis has stuff that can protect against it. Stunned? No.
Basically, usually it lasts maybe a turn, maybe 2, but when it's an intelligence saving throw, that's kind of where Kinwin got a little bit beat up. Is that
it's why like what they'll do right with my plays is normally they'll incapacitate using the stun, and then immediately run up and just devour the person's brain.
Yeah, usually, but they couldn't move. They couldn't move and go slurp up your brain. Thankfully. I'm glad that didn't happen. Because I would hate to have to slurp up the brain of somebody that is, either a long-time cast member or relatively new. So,
Just got here, yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to do that.
I have no qualms about creating another character.
Oh, I know you don't. I know you don't. But I don't want to do that.
Kaz got the audience XP.
Hey, Lamau.
I'll take it, thank you.
Hey, Kaz, thank you so much. So we decided Alira was the one who pushed the plot today. Who had the best scene? Or portion of a scene? Because we did have a long combat.
Kaz.
I gotta go with Kaz and ripping that thing apart at the end while it's flaming.
Yeah, but
It was pretty toasty. Quite literally. I think that's a majority vote cause.
Oh no! I'm just partially contrarianism again, but also the idea that this is probably going to be a clean sweep for you. Is you also have best line.
Do I?
Yes, because you're the only one who I'm pretty sure anybody would quote who isn't themselves.
You can vote for yourself.
Okay. I'll happily take the. I'll vote for myself and take the. If people are okay with that, I'll take the best scene.
But what line in particular?
Do you know fear?
said 12 times through the whole thing. Like it's a goddamn catchphrase.
Yeah,
Not-
yeah.
not wrong.
He was going to drop. Do you know fear? If you don't, then I'm going to teach you. And he did.
Did he though?
That he did.
I don't
He's
think
like,
they
"Oh, we're-
survived long enough to truly know what fear is.
Yeah, they kind of just
Well,
they kind of just got bitch slapped.
I'll put up a line for myself that I think was best line of this session. We are many. Good. Because then they'll know that I'll find them and kill them too. So if there were other Elder Braids listening in, if there was a psychic link, they all know now. There's a Gem Dragonborn out there hunting them.
You'll have to find out if you decide to go to the Underdark again. Right now, you're kind of right on the border of the Underdark and the unusual underground.
Okay.
So you're right kind of at the borderline of, underground and then Underdark. So, but
So I'm
I
guessing
think,
I could
yeah,
have
that does
Victoria
make a
too.
Kaz a clean sweep all today.
Yep.
Well,
Oh.
not a
Fine.
complete clean sweep because Alira got the plot point,
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
there you go. Okay.
but I got everything else.
Yeah, you did.
Yep.
Well,
Well, I made up like a bandit.
yeah, you did. You did indeed.
I'm
And-
over a quarter of the way to my next level.
Well, look, we need to catch up with the rest of them. So
That's true.
yeah, we got to fight for every bit of experience.
true.
Yeah, time to up your game, guys.
What level did you guys
My
start?
game is just
They started
fine,
at
thank
8.
you.
No, remember it was separate. Alira started at 8, Carl started at 9.
Ah, yes. Yes, Kaz started at
Because we
9, Alira started at 8.
Yeah,
So,
because we had a mix, and Derek said that he wanted to start at 8, so I thought I'd be like, then we'll all go to the other end and we'll start at 9, and we'll kind of sandwich it in that way.
I think the only person close enough to 9, or the only person at 9 right now is Vanya. The others are close to dinging on 9.
Okay.
And at this point, I'm like halfway level in.
Yeah. Okay.
One,
We gotta-
I'm
we gotta
over
spread.
I'm over quarter way to level 10 now. So
We got a good spread.
23.
Yep, good spread. That's
Catch up on you.
I kind of
And coffee, just for the sake of argument, the corpses are delivered to the matron, all of them, because if I'm going to be walking anywhere near the surface, I'm not about to bring the corpses of the mind flares and drow up there.
nope. No, I
Right?
figured not. Nope. All of that's deposited at home, and they will perform the
Elephants for
appropriate
study.
burial rituals.
Jeez.
yep, elephants for study, drows for burial.
All of that's been delivered to the matron. Yep. She is much appreciative, even if she does have to maintain a sort of cool exterior. Well, I think that does it for all of us here at Coffee Cat Presents. And yeah, we're going to call it a night, everybody. And so it was a long session. Battles
Yes.
tend to take a long time. I'm glad we got a lot of them out of the way.
My caffeine was wearing off at the end of it. Like I was going off nothing but adrenaline during that entire thing.
Yeah, I believe it.
So
Yeah.
like as soon as that came down, it's like, and
Oh.
Yep.
Well, for those of us who it's very late in the evening, we can all go to bed. Those of us that is not, well, I hope you have a great rest of your day. So, let's find somebody to raid, and we will, well, actually, Raven's already claimed it and said we're going to go raid on Maddie at the Hero Zone. So, let's go say hi to Maddie and the Hero Zone store. So, we'll be back next week with more Rebirth, obviously on Saturdays, that being our new regularly scheduled day. Still on Wednesdays for Vampire the Masquerade. So just keep an eye out on the Discord for all of the announcements that I may or may not make, because I am sometimes a goober and don't. But I'll always be here. So, yeah. So catch y'all next time. We're going to go see Maddie, and have a great rest of your night, everybody. Say goodnight.
Bye.
Stick of wood.